Very good morning and welcome back to Samsun, the Samsun Grand-Prix. It's day 2 of competition. 4 weight categories to bring to you, 2 women, 2 men. The under 63 and under 70 kilo categories for women, the under 73 and under 81 kilo categories for men. We've got about, half a minute before we get underway. We've got 3 mats in operation here. The choice is yours at home. There's one commentated channel and you have the pleasure or otherwise of my company, or you can choose whichever one of the mats you want to watch. We're going to start on the on mat number 1. It's the under 81 kilo category contest between Tom Reed of Great Britain. He faces a tough first round draw against Nyamsuren Dagbasuren of Mongolia, and the winner of that faces an even tougher contest against the number 1 seed Victor Penalba of Brazil. Let's go down to mat 1 then. On mat 2 we've got Andre Alves of Portugal. He faces Morad Zemuri of Qatar. And then down on mat number 3, Sainan Onda of Russia is up against Nuno Saraiva of Portugal. That's the lineup. You can see that lineup on the top of your screen there. You know what your choices are. Well, I don't think either of these fighters will have fancied their draw. Not only have they got a tough first round contest, but winning this puts them up against the number 1 seed in the second round. So whomsoever takes this will face Victor Penalba. Penalba must be reasonably pleased, in as much as not only does he have a bye in the first round, but his second round opponent will be someone who's going to be pretty tired, because this pair are going to go hammer and tongs at it, aren't they? As I say, difficult first round contest. I bumped into Tom Reed in the elevator last night in the hotel. We're sharing the hotel with the athletes, or they're sharing it with us, whichever way you want to look at it. It's not often that you get a chance to tell a fighter just how much you enjoy watching them compete and like their judo. But Reed has got exceptionally nice judo. He's a really, really technically gifted fighter, and I like watching him. I suppose if someone did some kind of statistical analysis, they'd come up against matches exactly like this in Tom Reed's background, where first fight up, he's drawn someone who's just got that little bit about them, and it goes down as a first round loss and stuff, and there's this kind of disappointment. But Nyamsuren is an exceptionally good fighter. Maybe we'll get Tom to come and sit with us for a bit. He's not going to look forward to me turning up in the warm-up area, is he? But what can you do? That's the nature of the draw, a tough draw, and we'll see what happens with Nyamsuren. No need to worry about jumping around. We can stay on this mat. This looks like the introduction to the Georgian national championships, doesn't it? Shalva Kalabegashvili to face Georgi Papunashvili. It's Kalabegashvili in white for Spain and Papunashvili in blue for Georgia. We're underway with day 2 of competition at the Samsun Grand Prix. We had Elvis Ma Rodriguez up here yesterday. We'll see her today. I wonder what a draw looks like. Have a look, see if she's had any more luck. Now she faces Lynn Mossong. of Luxembourg in the first round, and the winner will go on to face the number 4 seed, Sendayush Naranjago of Mongolia. So another tough fight. Are there any easy ones? I don't think so. There's no real easy ones. Papanashvili it is who wins out. Irakli Uznadze got a big smile on his face first thing this morning. Oh. He's got every reason to smile. The first fight of the day for one of his team ends in a Nippon win with it inside a minute. Julian Kemarek of France faces Ilka Guldurin of Turkey. It's Kemarek in the white judogi, Guldurin in blue, and I hope that in the background they've got all the fighters lined up, because we've had 2 Ippons so far on mat number 1, and you know how quickly they race through them, so let's hope that everything in the background is in good order. I said yesterday what a good job the organisers had done to get some supporters in, and they're in again this morning. So another group of youngsters that they've got in. During the Olympic Games they had an in-air, a little piece that you could pick up, and you put this in your ear and you got the commentary. I think that's a really useful little tool. I wonder what the technical aspects of that are. I wonder how easy that is to have. I mean, they obviously cost money. Just how much they cost, and how difficult a thing it would be to do, I don't know. But might be interested in that if you go to competition and you want to get a little bit more information than you normally have. Might be nice to have the in-air commentary. A second score now for Kemarek as he brings Guldurin down. 2 Yukos on the board for the French fighter. And I think I will at some stage go and see if I can pull Tom Reed out from the warm-up area. He lost his opening contest to Nyamsurin Dagvasurin of Mongolia. Get him up here and have a little word with him. Take him away from the heated background. I just heard Arsen Ghazarian's name being called. The Armenian down on mat number 3 faces Dilgam Aliyev of Turkey. Ghazarian, tough fighter. Yeah, let's go to mat number 2. Kemarek appears to have this one reasonably well under control. 3 scores already in the first 2 minutes. We're going to get our first look at Kim Chol-kwang of North Korea, who faces Augusto Miranda of Puerto Rico. There is no Hong today. Hong is his teammate. He's injured. It's from the under 73 kilo category we're talking about. Hong Kuk-yeon, number 14 on the IJF World Ranking list. Kim, his teammate, is a good way further down. He's down there at number 86. So Augusto Miranda of Puerto Rico can count himself reasonably lucky. He's up against someone who is not anywhere near as highly rated as an opponent that he may have been drawn against. 86 is pretty good, isn't it? Miranda is actually higher rated than Kim. Miranda's up there at 75. All right, there's a couple of spots in it. Kim picks up Yuko as he takes Miranda off to his left side. And difficulty freeing that left leg that Miranda's got trapped there. It's just a foot left, but it looks pretty tight. And eventually the referee, having given sufficient enough time, I think, decides to call Mate. Stands them up. They get to their feet. Miranda receives a penalty for passivity. And we've got 3 minutes left to go. Half the contest gone. Kim it is who leads by Yuko. And eventually Kim getting hold of Miranda, catching the Puerto Rican and throwing him for Ippon. So into round 2, Kim Chol-kwang of North Korea. Having a quick look around to see what's on offer. We may as well stay here and watch the contest between Javier Ramirez of Spain. He faces Didar Hamza of Kazakhstan. It's Ramirez in the white judogi, Hamza in blue. A real battle here for supremacy in the grips, but neither fighter able to come up with anything, and Ramirez it is who gets penalised for negative gripping. Just a bit of information about today's weight categories, 4 weight categories, and the pick really is the under 81 kilo category. I say that because of the 4 top seeds here today, Victor Penalba, he's the number 1 seed in the under 81 kilo category. He's ranked number 4 in the world. Catherine Unterwertsacher, she's the number 1 seed in the under 63 kilo category. She's also the world number 4. So you've got those 2 weight categories with, you know, a very highly rated player. Sally Conway's the number 1 in the under 70 kilo category. She's number 6 in the world, and Sanjagal Niyamocha is the number 1 seed in the under 73 kilo category. This one, he's had to tap him up. Sanjagal is the number 9. Hamza able to apply that shimiwaza on Ramirez. Hamza will face Andrea Regis in round 2. So just to finish off on why I think the 81 kilo category is going to be one to watch, look at the number of top fighters, or the number of fighters in the top 20 in a weight category. I'll just introduce this next contest, and then we'll have a look at how that works out. Ivana Komlosiova of Slovakia faces Leilani Akiyama of the United States of America. It's Komlosiova in the white judogi, Akiyama in blue. Yes, so having had a look at who the top seed is in any particular weight category, you can also have a look at how many fighters are in that top 20. Just a single Shido at the moment. Akiyama, if she can keep a clean sheet and avoid getting thrown, she might squeeze her way past Komlosiova. Every single fight now is worth points and brings every fighter who has any aspiration of making it to the games, brings them that much closer to their goal. There's certain things in every fight that you want to try to avoid. And fighters talk about dominating, and you can't be dominated. Tiny little things, I mean, they're habit forming. There's certain things that you just can't allow to happen in a fight, and Akiyama has got a couple of those. You just dodge that bullet, but you won't be able to dodge that one. There were two or three things that happened just before that attack from Komlosiova that put the Slovakian in a better position for bringing off that attack. Two or three things that Akiyama could have tried to kill, and I was in the process of explaining how it is that kind of behavior, those habits that you have in a contest, end up costing you. And that's exactly what happened there. She just, in those last 40 seconds, had Komlosiova doing one or two things that made her more dominant in that contest, and that Yuko came right at the end of those two or three things.
First round for women under 63 kilograms, the number 2.
Komlosiova it is who goes into round 2. We're going to watch one more contest in the under 63 kilo category. Now, actually, the list looks quite good here. There are quite a few good ones. So we may watch a few, and then we'll move to the under 81. But let's have a look at Pari Surakatova of Russia. She faces Mariana Silva of Brazil. It's Surakatova in white, Silva in blue.
Değerli severler, 2001 sonraki müsabaka erkekler kategorisi 81 kilogram. Beyaz jockey ile İsrail'den Sven Ion. Mavi jockey ile Ermenistan'dan.
I suppose this is one of the categories where the Brazilians can be considered to be struggling, to be honest. In most of the categories, they've got a reasonably well-placed qualifier. Mariana Silva is down there at 28 on the IJF world ranking list. And when we look at the qualification list, she's not in there. In fact, Caitlin Quadros heads her at 37. I mean, you know, they are going to struggle. The Brazilians are going to struggle at 63. Quadras at 37 and Mariana Silva at 38. I don't think there's any other weight where the Brazilians are as poorly placed. And in order to illustrate that, I'll look at 48 kilos. Menezes is there at number 8. 52 kilos, Erica Miranda is there at number 4. At 57 kilos, Rafaela Silva is there at number 11. 70 kilos, you've got Maria Portela at 18. So maybe she probably end up making it. Under 78 kilos, well, you've got Mayra Aguiar at number 4, and then the plus 78 kilo category, you've got Maria Suelen Althman at number 11. So the feeling that the Brazilians are struggling at this weight is borne out by the facts. Yeah, we'll watch a couple of contests here, and then I think when Tom Reed comes to join us, if and when Tom Reed comes to join us, we'll begin watching the under 81 kilo category then. Penalty apiece. Sudakatova and Silva. It's easy for you to do that yourselves if you want at home and find out just how strong your own country is. If you want to do that kind of view, you can go to judobase.org and click on whichever of the weights you want to look through. You'll get all the information and lots more, access to videos and not just the ranking list, contest results and background, all sorts of things there. judobase.org. Second penalty picked up by Surakatova. This is not the best of her performances either. Silva on the back of that single Shido goes through to the next round. Mari Surakatova having collected 2 penalties. Right, on mat number 2 now, Andrew Dakovic of Croatia faces Minel Akdeniz of Turkey. We may come back here, but I think we're going to go down to mat number 1 to take a look at the contest in the under 81 kilo category. Jaromir Musel of the Czech Republic faces Dauletkan Zhakipov of Kazakhstan. It's Musil in the white judogi, Zhakipov in blue, and Kathy Mouet is the referee in the middle for this one. Why not? She looks happy, doesn't she? Look. First thing in the morning. She probably hasn't had a coffee yet. Things will pick up. Musil has got some nice judo. I like watching him. He moves well and skillful fighter. Zhakipov, well, I don't know him that well. Have to see how he gets on here. Untidy start to this contest. 3 penalties inside the first minute and a half. Zhakipov has picked up 2. Musil just the 1, but it's not the most attractive of starts, is it? This is in the under 81 kilo category. See if I can find out a little bit of information about Zhakipov. Let's get some background on him. He's 24 years old, a Kazakh fighter. And he's struggling for some results here. He went to the World Championships. That must have been the Junior World Championships in Cape Town, and then the Senior World Championships in 2013. No results from there. And he's got a checkered background, to say the least. Well, that is to say that it's win, loss, loss, loss, win. So he's not the most consistent of fighters. In fact, on his record, his record in IJF events, he's never strung together 2 wins in a row. But the coaching staff in Kazakhstan must think something of him. He comes up with a score here, however. He continues to get selected. But nowhere can I see him ever having gone past the second round. Surely he can't roll into this Osaikomi. He's lucky to escape that, Shakipov.
First round for women under 63 kilograms, get number 2. Please welcome in white for Turkey, Bushra Katıboglu. In blue for Hungary, Judo Grand-Prix.
Well, he got himself in a nice position there. Shakipov almost came up with the Uranage. Couldn't quite bring it off, however. Nice little Sitemi Waza effort there, and he almost came up with a score. There's a chance in Osai Waza, no. Turns onto his front. 40-odd seconds left to go. You've got to put more pressure on him from here. You know, here's your opportunity to burn some of the clock. But after all that effort, you can't take another 10 or 12 seconds off the clock. Loose Uchimata, 37 seconds. If he gets thrown here, it's going to be poor tactics on his part because he's draining quickly, and Jaromir Musil knows that he's got to give everything. Half a minute left to go. And the way the scoreboard looks, you think Shakipov has got this one, but he's just beginning to struggle here. 20-odd seconds. He won't get called for passivity because he's been busy enough. Jaromir Musil has just got to settle, launch a big determined effort here, his best effort. Yeah, step out's going to be no good. 13 seconds. And he does catch Musil in the end. Only for Yuko, however. And that'll do. Whether Shakipov's actually got anything left in the tank, I very much doubt it. He gave everything there. And that was against Jaromir Musil. I suggest that the opposition is going to get even tougher. Yeah, it's going to be a tough day for the Kazakh fighter. He faces Sergio Toma of the United Arab Emirates next. Put your money where you like. Shakipov comes up with a hard-earned win to take him into round 2. Coming up on mat number 1 now, Levan Gugova of Georgia faces Emirhan Yücel of Turkey. Gugova in the white judogi, Yücel in blue. Both fighters have been penalised already. Ooh. Yes, Rosari. Good work from Yücel. There's another fighter who misses out on the opportunity to work his opponent over on the ground. Yuchel leads by Wazari. I wonder what kind of fitness levels we've got here from Yuchel. It's going to be the thing as Gugova attempts to wear him down now.
First round for women under 63 kilograms, number 3. In white for Croatia, Marija Namišković. In blue for Mongolia, Bolt Gantaj. The number 2, first round for women under 63 kilograms. In white for Austria, Hilde Drexler. In blue for France, Marielle Dubot.
Well, Yuchel continuing to hold on to his Wazari lead. Gugova has picked up a second penalty along the way. Yuchel has only picked up the one penalty. He's kept a tidy sheet, if you like. All those errors that he could have against him. False attack, gripping, stepping out, passivity. He's just picked up the one, having scored. After which he scored the Wazari, so busy little fighter. A tidy fighter, but there's still about a minute left to go, and Gugova looks as though he's still got something left in the tank. A little bit defensive there, Yuchel. .40-odd seconds left to go. So it's a good piece of work here by Emirhan Yuchel against a tough opponent in Levan Gugova. Ooh, close. A good effort. Done a good job here. Just beginning to really tire here now. Slow to his feet. Mind you, Gugova's had to expend a lot of energy, hasn't he? And it's Gugova, ironically, who picks up a third penalty. That for passivity. Yuchel comes up with a nice Ippon Seoinage effort, right-sided low. Doesn't quite catch Gugova, but he'll make sure that he doesn't collect a passivity penalty, that's for sure. Emirhan Yücel of Turkey doing not just enough, but more than enough to make his way past Levan Gugova of Georgia. The Georgians started the day well. Papanashvili had a Nippon win, but you can't win them all. And Gugova losing out there to a well-prepared and tactically astute Emirhan Yücel of Turkey. It's Yücel who goes into round 2. He'll face Ungvari Attila of Hungary. Lukas Błach of Poland comes to the mat now. He faces Alain Schmidt of France. It's Błach in the white judogi, Schmidt in blue.
First round for the women under 63 kilograms. In white for Sweden, Mia Hermansson. In blue for United States of America, Anna Hari.
Schmidt has picked up a single Shido. Taking him a little while to settle. Comes up with that Morote Tseonage effort. It doesn't catch Błach on this occasion anyway. Minute and a half left to go. It's not exactly boiling over, this one, is it? I thought Schmidt and Boach would put on a little bit of a better show, but Schmidt is slightly subdued today. I'm not sure why. Just not his sharp self. You can see that. There's a minute 20 odd left to go, and he's struggling. He's got a little bit of a limp. He doesn't look as punchy, if that's a way of describing his attitude at the moment. He's not as sharp as he usually is. He hasn't threatened Boach. Apart from one effort with the Morote Seoinage, he hasn't looked at his best, I'm afraid. Odd seconds to go. Boach has picked up a penalty as well. Golden score looming large now. Neither of these fighters wants that. Got to find a way past what really is two strong defensive positions. Boach, good defence. Schmidt, well, just as strong. Neither fighter able to come up with a score, but you can see Schmidt is laboured in his efforts to get back to his start point. He's struggling. I think it's the right foot. We may be able to ask him afterwards, but not going to do him any good now. He's really... He really struggled to bring that effort off, didn't he? Golden score it is then. Anna Martin has just lost out to Mia Hermansson down on mat number 3. And Anna Bernholm of Sweden has just defeated Sarah Loco of Belgium on mat number 2. So the two Swedish fighters on the mat at the same time, side by side, and both coming off with wins. We're into the golden score period then. See if one or other of these can galvanise themselves into a bit of action. Up to this point, it's been a bit of a struggle, I'm afraid. And then eventually, Alain Schmidt comes up with his trademark Morote Seoinage and catches Lucas Boach. 26 seconds into the golden score period.
In white for Turkey, Mehriban Tankush. In blue for France, Marie Gaillet.
He's really struggling now. Right foot giving him a lot of trouble.
In white for Serbia, Nemanja Majdo.
I'm not sure if they're going to be able to tidy that up in between now and when he's got to come back for round 2. I doubt it. That looks a little bit more than just a niggling injury. That's what he was searching for most of the contest. On mat number 1 now, Nemanja Majdo of Serbia faces Ramunas Diburis of Lithuania. Majdo in the white judogi, Diburis in blue. Round 1 of the under 81 kilo category. Ramunas Diburis of Lithuania wins out. Sorry, loses out over Maidov of Serbia. Right, who have we got coming up now? Karanjit Singh Man of India faces Zia Namazov of Azerbaijan. Man in the white, Jadogi Namazov in blue. It's our first look at both of these fighters.
Değerli severler, 3. binderdeki bir sonraki müsabaka bayanlar kategorisi 70 kilogram ilk tur müsabakası beyaz bölgeye Macaristan'dan Samsun'a karşı ve mavi bölgeye Danimarka'dan Emily Son.
First round for women under 70 kilogram, time 2. In white for Switzerland, Julian Robra. In blue for Uzbekistan, Gulbazar Matniyazova.
Oh, nice effort there from Namazov. A good entry anyway. He couldn't quite finish off. He leads by Wazari with a minute left to go. It's not a bad effort from Karanjit Man. You know that Azerbaijan are always going to put reasonably well-prepared fighters out to represent them internationally, and Man, well, it's not a name that leaps off the page at you, is it? You know, he's not been around a great deal, so it's not a bad effort. However, Ozari was good enough for Namazov to make his way past Karanjit Man, and it's Namazov who we'll see in round 2. He'll face Ivelo Ivanov of Bulgaria, the number 3 seed. Coming on to mat number 1 now, Valeriu Dominica of Moldavia faces Azat Shakirov of Kyrgyzstan. Dominica in white, Shakirov in blue.
First round for women 72 and 72. In white for Luxembourg, Lin Mosson.
Actually, we're going to go over to mat 2 quickly to have a look at the contest in round 1 in the under 70 kilo category. Lin Mosson of Luxembourg, she faces Elvismar Rodriguez of Venezuela. We spoke to Elvismar yesterday. Young fighter making her way, training at the IJF training camp training centre in Hungary. Let's see how she gets on against Lin Mosson. It's Mosson in the white judogi, Rodriguez in blue. He's 19, Rodriguez. We're going to have to look to the Continental Championships for qualification points. It's going to be very hard to come by on the IJF World Tour. She's a Yuko up, so it's a good start for the Venezuelan. Mosong picks up a penalty for passivity. She'll need to get going now.
First round from another 81 kilogram, the 21. In white for Turkmenistan, Tejen Tejenov. In blue for Iraq, Hussein Al-Amiri.
Couldn't quite take control of Mosong on the way down to claim a counter. She's moved around to the top half of the body and she's secured a nice Kuzuri Yoko Shiogatami there. She's just got the legs crossed. Well, okay, Kuzuri Kazugatami then, let's call it that. That'll do. One slip by Mosong, and Elvismar Rodriguez was able to take advantage of that and come up with a win. So the Venezuelan moves into round 2 of the under 70 kilo category, and she'll face Sendayush Naranjago of Mongolia in the next round.
Müsabakalarımız devam ediyor. İkinci miktardaki bir sonraki müsabakamız. Bayanlar kategorisinin ilk tur müsabakası beyaz ile Türkiye'den Semanur Erdoğan ve mavi şöyle Belçika'dan Lola Matson.
We may stay here for a little bit and have a look at Samanur Erdogan of Turkey. She faces Lola Mansour of Belgium. It's Erdogan in the white judogi, Mansour in blue. Lola Mansour is one of the bubbliest of characters on the IJF circuit. Yeah, she's always a happy fighter. Komi to finish off, and Mansour it is making short work of Samanur Erdogan of Turkey. Now we're going to go back down to mat number 1 because we're going to the top of the draw again. It's the number 1 seed about to take to the mat in the under 81 kilo category. Victor Penalba of Brazil faces Nyamsurin Dagvasurin of Mongolia. Nyamsurin overcame Tom Reed in the opening contest. That's the first contest that we showed this morning. Here we are, an hour and 15 minutes later, and Nyamsurin is back on the mat, but this time he faces the number 1 seed and world number 4, Victor Penalba. It's Penalba in the white judogi, Nyamsurin in blue. Nice effort by Samsun over on the right side there. Doesn't quite finish off, but just giving Penalba something to think about here. Inside the last minute now. No score yet. Samsun giving Penalba a real run for his money here. Problems for the number 1 seed. Single score would do this. He goes over to the left. No problem with that. Last half a minute. Real pressure for the number 1 seed. No score in normal time. We're going to have a period of golden score to decide this one. Uchimata effort from Samsun. Can he get something on the way down? No, he can't. Could have followed that up there.
In white for Ukraine, Dmitro Kanivets. In blue for Czech Republic, Jan Medvedev.
Good pressure here from Samsun. Here comes Samsun again, and another good effort. Almost over on the right side there. Real problems for Penalba. Could be on his way out here. There's only so much pressure that you can soak up. Yep. Top drawer effort there from Samsun Dagvasuren as he knocks out the number 1 seed, the world number 4, Victor Penalba. Unseeded. Samsun beat Tom Reed in the first round, and I spoke to Tom after that, and he said, yeah, well, he's got lots about him. Dangerous fighter, and so it's proved as he knocks out the number 1 seed Samsun into round 3. Coming up now, Georgi Papanashvili of Georgia faces Nikon Zaboruchich of Moldavia. It's Papanashvili in the white judogi, Zaboruchich in blue. I'm going to ask Victor Florescu about the pronunciation of that name. Georgi Papanashvili into round 3 then. It's going to be his fate to face Samsun. I look forward to seeing that. Right, superstar time on the mat now. Kim Jae-bum, Julien Kemarich of France faces the current Olympic champion at under 81 kilos. Bit of a treat for the crowd in store. Well, I certainly hope so. There's always entertainment when Kim Jae-bum is around. He doesn't even have to be on the mat. He's just quite a character. Kemarek, whilst he's getting used to having Kim Jae-bum at the other end of his hands, is going to fall behind here. Hasn't been able to come up with any positive attacks. Kim Jae-bum keeping busy, making life difficult for the Frenchman. He hasn't allowed him to settle at all. Wonder how long Kim Jae-bum's knees can take that pounding. There's the penalty that Kim Jae-bum has been working on. Kemarek just off the pace a little bit here. Not quite. A typical contest with Kim Jae-bum. Busy and lots of movement and lots of different looks without really ever coming up with a big attack, but just enough to stay ahead of his opponent. Little over 2 minutes left to go. Just a single Shido against Kemarek. Kim Jae-bum has been as busy as ever without really coming up with a telling attack. But it's enough to keep the Frenchman at bay and enough for Kim Jae-bum to look the more positive of the two fighters. Minute and a half left to go. Not sure what it is that they're struggling with on mat 2 as far as the scoreboard is concerned, because we want to go over there in a second. Let's hope that they sort it out in a minute. You can see that in the background there, that big 2, that's where we're going to go next, because Sun Shuai faces Kim Choi-kwang, but we won't go there quite yet. Finish off with Kim Jae-bum and Julian Kemarek first. Inside the last minute. That's still that single Shido. That's the only thing on the board. Kim Jae-bum has kept a clean sheet. He just keeps busy enough, doesn't he? Chance to work on the arm. No, the shimmy was, I beg your pardon. Sorry. Julian Kilmarnock able to avoid going over there. I'll tell you what, he was almost out. He found it difficult when he got back to his feet to stay steady. He's struggling a bit there. Oh dear. Almost had him there, Kim Jae-bum. Too clever now to give this up at this point. Kim Jae-bum, the current Olympic champion at under 81 kilos, through to the third round. Right, let's go to mat number 2, see what's happening there then. Sun Shuai of China faces Kim Chol-kwang of North Korea. Sun in the white judogi, Kim in blue, and it's the North Korean Kim Chol-kwang who leads by Yuko with a little over 3 minutes left to go. Just in time to see Kim Chol-kwang burying Sun Shuai there. It really was a flattening, wasn't it? Got hold of him really well there. Yeah, for me as well. If, let's say that you wanted to go and talk about was he flat on his back and all kinds of things, it's only when he lands that he begins to react, to get off his back. That's what we see. He's bouncing. Sun Shuai is attempting to bounce off his back to get on his side in order not to give up the ippon. However, it's all a little bit too late. Now we can move back, I think. Yeah, let's go back to mat number 1. Sorry, Cho Min Sun, we're going to have to leave you in the middle there. And we go back there just for an ippon as well, as Usama Hajam of Qatar, it is, who throws Levgen Katiev of Ukraine for ippon. That's a turn up for the book, isn't it? The Qatari flattening Katiev. A bit of a surprise. Usama Hajam of Qatar goes into the next round. Hajam is going to have the pleasure of facing the current Olympic champion Kim Jae-bum. Oh dear. And now coming to the mat, Kim Jae-bum's teammate Wang Ki-chun. He faces Aziz Kalka-Manuli of Kazakhstan. It's Wang in the white judogi, Kalka Kamunli in blue. Kalka-Manuli in blue, sorry. No score is yet, and We've just had the first minute. There you go. Let's see what the tactics of Wang Ki-chun are like. They're no different from Kim Jae-bum. You've got a busy pair of fighters. They could face they could face each other in the semi-final, Wang and Kim, and it's a finely balanced setup. Kim at 24 and Wang at 14. I mean, okay, there are 10 places in between them, but they're both in a qualification position, and Wang was never really meant to threaten Kim at under 81 kilos. He moved up from 73. Manuli picks up a second penalty, this time for gripping on one side. Oh, nice little Koichi. He just gave Kalka Manuli the Seonagi look, and that just froze the Kazakh for long enough for Wang to attempt that little Koichi that brought Kalka Manuli down onto his front. There's a tiny little flash there from Wang Ki-chun. 2:26 left to go. Still no score. Kalka Manuli has picked up 2 penalties as he attempts that Ippon Seonagi. He was in the chair then for Wang Ki-chun. Kim Mi-ran is in the chair, coach's chair for the South Korean. There's an untidy looking effort there from Wang. Minute and a half left to go. Still the 2 penalties looming large for Kalka Manuli. Wang, watchful at the moment as he looks for an opening. Just had a little tap of the right foot there and then thought about the Sutemi-waza, didn't come off. Again, an untidy looking entry. And he picks up a penalty for a false attack.
Eder Boklar 3. biterdi bir sonraki müsabaka. Ve Avşafiye Çin Halk Cumhuriyeti'nden Yeni Ramazan ve Avşafiye Türkiye'den Nilgam Aliyev.
Just a single Shido picked up by Wang Qichun, 2 by Kalka Manuli, and that puts Wang into round 3. Well, both Kim and Wang didn't have it all their own way. No easy fights here. And they're both through to round 3.
Second round for men under 73 kg, time 2. In white for the United States of America, Nicolas Leopoldo. In blue for Greece, Georgios Azoidis.
On the mat now, Antonio Ciano of Italy faces Kevin Nicolaus of Lebanon. It's Ciano in the white judogi and Nicolaus in blue. Single Shido against the Lebanese at the moment. Second penalty picked up by Nicolaus now, and he's also just been caught there by Ciano. And it's the Italian leading by Yuko. .247 left to go. Nicolas just losing his way a little bit here as Ciano with a Yuko lead and the Lebanese having given up 2 penalties. Doesn't want this to get out of hand now. He's looked reasonably competent up to this point. Now it's Ciano who picks up a penalty, just taking his foot off the gas a little bit there. Right-sided effort from Nicolaus, but it's not a strong one, is it? And it doesn't really threaten Ciano, who moves off to his right and avoids giving up the score. Nice looking turnover there from Ciano, and he controls Kevin Nicolaus not only on the way over but immediately on the Lebanese having his back on the mat. He was in complete control there. Nice effort there from Ciano, neatly done, and he goes through to round number 3, where he'll face the South Korean Wang Ki-chun. Right, coming next on mat number 1, Chognai Laszlo of Hungary faces Andrenik Chaparian of Armenia. It's Chognai in the white judogi, Chaparian in blue. First minute gone, no score yet between Chognai and Chaparian. We've lost that little graphic. It tells us what's happening on the other mats. I'm sure it will come back now. There you go. Regis and Hamza on mat 2. It's just about to get underway, and Rebani and Szwanowicki of Poland down on mat number 3. Don't worry about the one on number 2. They're just tidying up the scoreboard there, and as soon as that's done, that'll be back up there. So you're not missing anything, because Regis and Hamza have yet to take to the mat, so don't worry. Chaparian has picked up the single Shido, and there's 3 minutes left to go. And now Chognai also collects a Shido. Didn't really want that, did he? Not a great deal he can do about it now. Still half the contest to come. Second penalty picked up by Choknai, and rather foolishly Chaparian joins him now by ducking underneath. So both fighters have picked up 2 penalties apiece. Wasn't a bad effort, but Chaparian able to slip off the other side and didn't give up a score. Well, a third penalty picked up by Chaparian in the end. Does for the Armenian, and it's Choknai Laszlo of Hungary who squeezes past the Armenian to go into round 3.
Second round for men under 81 kilograms.
Right, coming up next, Farhad Rahimov of Tajikistan faces Frank de Wit of the Netherlands. It's Rahimov in the white judogi, de Wit in blue. winner of this contest will face Chucknai Laszlo in round 3. Looked for the Yoko Tomoinage there. Didn't quite come off. Rahimov has picked up a Yuko.
Second round for men under 73 kilogram, number 2. E1 for France, J.
And he leads with 3 minutes left to go. Down on mat number 3. Cedric Bessie of Monaco has just thrown Alex Bomba da Silva for Ippon. Bomba da Silva, the number 3 seed, getting thrown for Ippon down on mat number 3. Yeah, a few of them are tumbling here, Brazilians. We've seen Penalba go out in the number 1 seed in the under 81 kilo category. And we've just seen Bomba da Silva bite the dust as well.
Erkekler kategorisi 73 kilogram ikinci tur müsabakası. Beyaz şoki Özbekistan'dan Giyotsio Bobo'yu ve mavi şoki İtalya'dan Antonio Esposito.
Rahimov isn't going to make the end of this contest. He's picked up 3 penalties, and despite the fact that he leads by Yuko, he can't last. De Witt will draw another penalty from him. Gives him a little whack on the right shin there, but he's doing everything that he can to take a bit of a break here. No way that he's going to make the end of the contest. One more roll of the dice here. Strong effort from De Witt, control the grips and just pressure his man again. That'll be enough. He almost gives up a score there. Little foot tap and De Witt goes to ground. This is really helping now. Rahimov. He needs to control both hands, keep Rahimov in close and make him work. Don't give him the opportunity to bail out. Oh dear, he almost went over again. Got to dig deep now, De Witt. He's got his man on the ropes. Got to finish him off here. And now's the time to stop thinking about the penalty and to come up with the score. Rahimov has got very little left in the tank. De Witt has got to come up with a scoring technique now. He can't look to the referee to help him out. That's not a bad effort there from Rahimov. He won't get penalised for passivity now. If he can get to his feet. And they've come up with a Yuko as well. So a second score for Rahimov. So no way that he'll get penalised for passivity. He's just got to stand up if he can. De Witt now, well, needs a Wazari. And he comes up with Wazari as well. Oh, goodness me. Oh, that's what you needed. All that hard work paid off in the end. He stuck with it. The early part of the comeback was to pressure Rahimov into committing errors, and when those didn't come up, then it was left to De Witt to come up with a score. He gave up a second score and then was left with only one out, and that out was to come up with Wazari or more, and he did right at the end. Heartbreak for Farhad Rahimov, who was 5 seconds away from the third round, and now it'll be a shower instead. Yeah, he gave a good effort, but De Witt is a tough fighter. He dug deep, showed his character, showed his mettle there, and came up with the win in the end. De Witt will face Choknai Laszlo. That was a super fight. Coming up next, Sergio Toma of the United Arab Emirates. He faces Dalet Khan Zhakipov of Kazakhstan. Toma in the white judogi, Zhakipov in blue. fighters have collected penalties. Emirates have got a few injuries. Viktor Swartov is coming back from injury, the under 73 kilo fighter. Sergio Toma. Oh, that looks sharp, didn't it? Really nice. Yuko, is that it? Thought it was worth a little bit more than Yuko. Yeah, I thought it was worth more than a Yuko. Anyway, they've upgraded the score. I'm sorry. Nice lead for Toma here as he just settles down. There's a slip there, so no score. Nice block there by Toma. He's got really nice awareness, as Sergio Toma. Right, we're going to move over to mat number 2 quickly because there's an upset in store here. Ivana Komlosiova of Slovakia leads Catherine Unterwertsacher by Wazari with 46 seconds to go. The number 1 seed in the under 63 kilo category and world number 4 staring at defeat here. Let's catch the last few seconds of this then. There's only one thing for it. Unterwertsacher has got to throw Komlosiova. Komlosiova picks up a third penalty and she's gone over on one side with that grip. She could, in theory, get penalised for gripping on one side. She escapes it, however. Got to stay upright here. Can't commit another error. Ojigari plowed her back. End of story. When the going gets tough. How good is that? That is absolute guts. What a gutsy performance from Unterwertsacher. She was right on the edge, about to go out. Came up with a big ojigari and buried Komlosiova. That was big. Stay with us, we'll bring you more action from day 2 of the Samsun Grand Prix.
Second round for women under 63 kilograms, the number 2. In white for Brazil, Mariana Silva. In blue for Croatia, Andrea Radovic. Second round for women under 81 kilograms, Revolving in white for Hungary, Uruguay Attila. In blue for Turkey, Emirhan Yücel.
Down on mat number 3, Hassan Vanlioglu of Turkey leads Alonso Wong of Peru by Rosari with just a few seconds left to go. There's no score in the contest between Ungvari Attila of Hungary and Emirhan Yücel of Turkey. And right here, Sendayush Stenenadmid is in a little bit of trouble here. He's picked up 2 penalties. It's Busra Katipoglu with the advantage at the moment.
Bir sonraki müsabakada devam ediyorken gruplar 3. miklerde 73 kilogram erkeklerde ikinci tur beyaz bölgeye Azerbaycan'dan Fakat Nurullah var. Ve mavi bölgeyle Ukrayna'dan Sergey Dragos.
Time running out here for Sendayush. Katipoglu picked up a Shido there. Almost gets caught with Samashi Waza. Just needs to come up with 2 strong attacks here, does Katipoglu. Last few seconds ticking away here. She's got to stand up strong now. Usra Katepoglu can't allow an error. Reasonable effort there, but it's not going to score from Sendayush. Chance on the arm. And Sendayush Seninadmed had to defend the arm. Lost the opportunity to come up with an attack. Katepoglu squeezes past Sendayush Seninadmed. And it'll be the Turkish fighter to take her place in the quarterfinal, knocking out the number 4 seed. Well, we're going to stay here. We've seen one Austrian give us some entertainment in the under 63 kilo category. That was Catherine Unterwürzacher. Let's see if we can get something now from Hilde Drexler. It'll be Drexler of Austria in the white judogi to face Anna Bernholm of Sweden. Bernholm in blue. That was real entertainment with Komlosiova and Unterwürzacher, and Komlosiova left the competition hall not distraught, but she was heartbroken, you know, and she was out in the back. And I took a moment to go and have a word with her. It was a terrific performance, absolutely terrific performance from an unseeded fighter. To, in the first instance, well, she overcame Leilani Akiyama, but to really press Unterwürzacher all the way, and in the last few seconds to get caught. Really, it was a good effort from Komlosiova. It made for great entertainment. She won't be in the least bit concerned about whether she entertained anyone or not, but certainly kept us on the edge of our seats. I mean, we're only part way through today, but in comparison to yesterday, there's just the feeling for me that it's been a much, much better day. There's some terrific entertainment already. I really enjoyed it today. Mariana Silva has won her contest against Andrea Darkovic of Croatia, so it's Silva who will face Unterwürzacher in the first of the quarterfinals in the under 63 kilo category. Marco Spitko is back in the chair after that close call for the world number 4 and the number 1 seed here, Catherine Unterwürzacher. I bet his heart stopped. Yeah, that looks nice. A Yuko for Drexler. She brings down Anna Bernholm. Yeah, that's a good score. The under 81 kilo category continues down on mat number 1 Nemanja Majdov of Serbia to face Nasif Elias. Elias has just picked up single Shido there with a little under 3 minutes left to go. That's what's happening down on mat number 1. We will at stage go back down there. Not quite yet. Drexler still leading by that Yuko with a minute left to go. She's picked up the single Sheila, but that's not going to do her any harm at the moment. There you are, Hilda Drexler it is, who joins teammate Catherine Unterwürzacher in the quarterfinals of the under 63 kilo category. Drexler will face Busra Katepoglu. That'll be a tough one.
Second round for women under 70 kilo in the 22. In white for Great Britain, Sally Conway. In blue for France, Marie Gallier.
Well, on mat number 2 now, the number 1 seed in the under 70 kilo category, Sally Conway, faces Marie-Yves Gailly of France. It's Conway in the white judogi, Gailly in blue. Nasif Elias of Lebanon wins out against Nemanja Majdov of Serbia down on mat number 1. Yeah, after this we can take a look at the under 81 kilo category. We'll just finish off here with Sally Conway. She's the number 1 seed in the under 70 kilo category, so see what happens here. This is her opening contest. She had a bye in the first round. Marie-Yves Gailly, the French fighter, defeated Merivan Tankosh of Turkey. Called up Matty a little bit early, I think. Conway had a reasonable shout at the turnover there. Could have left that for a little bit longer. No, never mind. Conway picks up penalty for passivity. That wasn't on the cards, was it? Oh, nice effort. Koso Dogaki bringing down Marie-Yves Gailly, but only onto a front, so no score. It's a second penalty picked up by Conway. Yeah, 30 odd seconds left to go. You get the impression from the contest that Conway has been the more aggressive of the two fighters, come up with the better efforts, and yet she's the one with 2 penalties on the board and staring defeat in the face. We're going to have to do an Unterwärtsache here and dig deep to come up with a score from this position. Single score would do it. Real frustration for Conway. There's only 9 seconds left. No, not this time. Couldn't work it out, and it's Marie-Yves Gailly of France who puts out the number 1 seed, Sally Conway. Right, okay, let's go back down to mat number 1 then. And we're going to pick up the contest between Ivelo Ivanov of Bulgaria. He faces Zia Namazov of Azerbaijan. Ivanov in the white judogi, Namazov in blue. Let's go to mat number 1. Ivanov had a bye in the first round. Namazov defeated Karanjit Singh Man of India. And that was a good effort from Man. But Namazov now with the single Shido against him, and there's 1:20 left to go. Just that single Shido against Namazov. It's going to be enough to do for the Azeri, I'm afraid. He picks up a second penalty. It's not going to make any difference now. Ivanov it is. He takes that one, much to the verbal frustration of Zia Namazov. 2 penalties against the Azeri. Ivanov into round number 3. Right, coming on to mat number 1 now. Let's see who it is that we've got. In the white judogi representing Spain, Lorenzo Nascimento. And in the blue judogi representing Moldavia, it'll be Valerio Dominica. Who got there for the Spaniard then? Adlan Nascimento of Spain in the white judogi and Valerio Dominica of Moldavia in blue. Nascimento picks up a penalty there. Still just that single Shido against Nascimento. Well, despite the fact that Dominica has collected a Shido, Nascimento collected one as well, so he's gone to 2. A little under 2 minutes left to go. Now Dominica comes up with a score. Wazzari on the board. Problems for Nascimento in this last minute and a bit. Dominica can just coast a little bit here now in the last minute. Comfortable lead with Wazzari on the board, and he hasn't looked in any trouble. So in that regard, he should take this one from here. And then oh, unbelievable. Just when you thought you could wrap things up, Nascimento comes back into it with Wazzari. Mind you, he's picked up that second penalty, so we're back to whomsoever it is that's got the advantage now. Nascimento has 8 seconds to make something happen. That's it.
Second round for women under 63 kilograms, number 3. In white for Sweden, Mia Henriksson. In blue for Russia, Marta Lavazina.
Frustration for Nascimento, but Dominica did the job. He came up with the score. Eventually, Nascimento tied the scores up, but he'd committed 2 errors, and Dominica just the one. Dominica goes into round 3. Coming up next, it'll be Travis Stevens of the United States of America. He'll face Hussein Al-Amiri of Iraq. It'll be Stevens in the white judogi, Al-Amiri in blue. We're going to sneak next door to mat number 2 to have a quick look and see what's happening with Sendayush Naranjagol of Mongolia. She's the number 4 seed here, the world number 15. She faces Elvisma Rodriguez of Venezuela. We spoke to Elvisma yesterday. We said we'll have a look and see how she gets on. Well, here she is. There's no score yet. There's 2 minutes to go. We'll be back to mat number 1 in a minute or so. Let's have a look and see what happens with Sendayush in the white judogi, Rodriguez in blue. Sendayush had tried a couple of Makikomi efforts. Neither of them have really threatened Rodriguez. She's managed to block both of them. Second penalty. Well, not sorry a second, but a penalty picked up by Sendayush. Rodriguez thought about the Ojigari there. Ujimata in response from Sendayush. A single penalty could make all the difference now. Nice little Koichi just to knock Sendayush off balance, and now it's the Venezuelan who gets a turn to attack here. Couldn't manage the turnover, but used up about 20 seconds there in Newaza, and here comes Sendayush again. Oh, dear, oh dear. Off balance from Sendayush, and Rodriguez ends up burying Sendayush with a really nice Ojigari. So, Elvisma Rodriguez demonstrating that she's got some stuff about her. She goes into the quarterfinal. I beg your pardon. Just see where she is. Yeah, she goes in to the quarterfinal, knocking out the number 4 seed. Oh, good for her. Right, we can go back then to mat number 1. Let's pick up the contest again between Travis Stevens of the United States of America and Hussein Al-Amiri of Iraq. It's Stevens working on the ground in his favourite newaza as he finishes off Al-Amiri. Oh, just as the time expired on the Osaikomi. Let's see what they're gonna call here. Sounded to me as though the gong had gone before they wrapped up the foot anyway. Just have to wait to see what the referee says. Yeah, the point it is. Stevens it is who goes in to round 3. And coming on to mat number 1 now, it'll be Owen Livesey of Great Britain. He'll face Robin Pacek of Sweden. It's Livesey in the white judogi, Pacek in blue. 2 penalties picked up by Pacek. It's an untidy start for the Swedish fight. It's going to cause him some problems. He won't want that pressure. Just lost contact with the hand. You can see Pacek getting his hand down to the tatami there and to block that final push there from Owen Livesey. Otherwise, with a nice little effort, you can come back with something now and keep the pressure on. Slip there, and Pacek able to catch Livesey off balance and come up with Wazari. All going well up until that point. Just a little bit off balance, and the Swede able to take advantage of that. Oh, and another good effort there. Koji Gaki, Leopold Sayanagi top, and Koji down below, but Livesey felt that one coming, turned onto his front. Got to dig deep now. Livesey, minute and a half to go. Livesey on the board with Yuko. There's still a little over a minute left to go. Pacek beginning to feel the tempo of the contest here. And eventually coming up with the winning score. Maybe he got galvanised after Livesey put that score on the board and just pushed the Swede to come up with another big effort. Robin Pacek of Sweden it is, who makes his way into round 3. He will face Travis Stevens of the United States of America. And it will be back to the top of the draw now. Round 3 it is. Nyamsurin Dagvasurin of Mongolia to face Georgi Papanashvili of Georgia. It's Nyamsurin in white, Papanashvili in blue.
Second round for women under 70 kilogram and number 3. In white for People's Republic of China, Judo Chapter. In blue for Greece, Elizabeth Sidou.
Papanashvili it is, who leads with Yuko. 3.5 minutes left to go. The Mongolian, Nyamsurin Dagvasurin, who knocked out the number 1 seed, Victor Penalba, now with a little bit of work to do here. Yuko's not going to be enough, though, I don't think. Going to need a little bit more than that single Yuko to hold off Nyamsurin. Oh, nice score this time, Yuko. Irakli Wasnadze thinks it's worth a little bit more, but he's on the wrong side, so he can't see it. Everyone on the far side of the competition hall is quite understandably thinking that that was worth Wazari, but they can't see the landing. He landed on his side and not largely on his back. In order to qualify for Wazari, your opponent has to be thrown with force and control and land largely on his back. Well, that didn't happen. That's why Papanashvili was given Yuko, because he landed on his side. Anyway, there'll be no convincing the Georgians of that. 2 scores for Papanashvili. Nyamsurin not out of it yet. Still a little over 2 minutes left to go. And there you go. There's the Wazari that Nyamsurin was looking for. Looked all right to me. They've cancelled the score completely. Well, Papanashvili dodged that bullet there, but I think there are a few more to come. Nyamsurin isn't finished yet. And with 1.5 minutes left to go, the prospects for the Georgian staying on his feet are pretty slim. There you go. What was wrong with that then? What on earth's going on? There was no mate. No one had called mate. It's either Wazari for the score or Ippon. One of the two. Wazari for the previous score or Ippon for this one. Let's see what happens. And nothing. Unbelievable. He's thrown him twice, Nyamsuren, and he's come up with nothing. He needs to be out of there, Nyamsuren. Papanashvili's going to get the full force of Nyamsuren coming down on him. Maybe it's third time lucky. Oh dear. Nyamsuren is perfectly... it's Papanashvili who's perfectly happy to have just one hand. And it's Nyamsuren who picks up the penalty. I wonder if the referee is watching the same contest here. That was negative gripping from Papanashvili. Nyamsuren couldn't get his hand on him. Papanashvili was running so quickly. Frustration for the Mongolian. There's absolutely zero effort there from Papanashvili to get hold of Nyamsuren. His only desire is to frustrate. If he gets his leg out here, it will be justice. He's got 20 odd seconds. Wrap the top up. It's his only hope. That was the last hope, Nyamsuren, to free that leg. "12 seconds left. Last roll of the dice for Nyamsuren. Well, Papanashvili found a way to hang on to his two Yukos, and well can Irakli Uznadze smile. He's bound to be happy with that one. Papanashvili into the quarterfinal. Nyamsuren out. Right, let's see if we can handle going to mat number 2. What do you think? No, we can't. But no, we can't. Let's go back to mat number 1. Yeah, we'll stay there. And the reason for that is Kim Jae-bum, the current Olympic champion, is coming onto the mat. Kim Cho-gwang is on mat number 2, but we'll have to leave him out. He hasn't quite got the gravitas of Kim Jae-bum as yet, so we're going to hang on here. It could be that Kim Jae-bum will finish off Osama Hadjam. No offence meant to Hadjam, but if Kim is reasonably quick in doing this, we may get to see both Kims. Kim Jae-bum having a little run out here against Hadjam of Sumar. Looks like Mr. Ree in the coach's chair. In the red, that's on the adjoining mat. Unattractive scoreboard in the background there as far as Tommy Macias is concerned. He's lit up there, isn't he? 1-1-1. You never want to see that because it's all over, done and dusted when that happens. Oh, well, they've cancelled that, so it's going to be prolonged. You're going to have a little bit more of Kim and Macias on the adjoining mat. We haven't finished off here yet. Kim Jae-bum on mat number 1 and Osama Hadjam. No score yet. A little under 3 minutes left to go. Hadjam's had to take a little medical break. They're just cleaning up a cut lip, I think. Should be back in a second. Actually, we're not... Oh, yes, he is. There's Hadjam. All right. And now it's Kim who's got to take a break, he finds that rather amusing. That Hadjam, having had his break, he's now got to take one. We're not sure how long that's going to take. It shouldn't be a couple of seconds. I'll just keep you up to date with what's happening with the adjoining mat. Kim Chol-gwang of North Korea leads by 2 scores. We've got Yuka and Wazari, and we get Kim Jae-bum coming back to the mat now. Okay, we're underway again. A little under 3 minutes left to go. No score between Kim Jae-bum and the white judogi and Osuma Hadjam of Qatar. The Qatari has, however, picked up a single Shido. Oh, Hadjam's giving Kim Jae-bum a good pull round, isn't he? Low right-sided effort. Doesn't really threaten Hadjam, who felt that one coming, and he moved quite neatly around to his right to avoid that. Well, on the adjoining mat, Kim Cho-kwang has just thrown Tommy Macias for Ippon. I missed out on seeing that, but it'll be Kim and Sanjagal in the first of the quarterfinals. We may get to see that. Meanwhile, Kim Jae-bum has made a meal of this one. He really has taken his time. Now, I don't believe that. With 37 seconds to go, what was Kim thinking? He just collapsed to his knees there. And now the Qatari is going to take the Olympic champion into golden score. Can you believe it? Kim Jae-bum decides to have a nod with Kathy Mouet and say, well, come on, if mine was a false attack, what about this one? And Hajam decides to do Kim Jae-bum a real favour and commit. Well, Hajam committed that last false attack there. And that really handed the contest to Kim Jae-bum. He hasn't looked at his best, but I'm not going to say why I think that is. He just hasn't looked at his best. Anyway, he's through to the quarterfinal. He'll face Georgi Papanashvili of Georgia in the first of the quarterfinals, and it may be that if he wins that, he'll face his teammate Wang Ki-chun in the semi-final. Mind you, Wang has to get past Antonio Ciano of Italy first before any of that even becomes remotely possible. It's Wang Ki-chun in the white judogi, Antonio Ciano in blue.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are continuing with next competition of match number 2. On the white shogi from France, Judo Chapter. The out blue shogi from Great Britain, Daniel Williams.
Wang Ki-chun coming up with Wazari there. Well, this is where it gets interesting now because Chiano has to open up. There's Wazari down. A little over 2.5 minutes left to come. Reggie's in the background there, leaving the competition hall with a damaged shoulder, it looked like. You see, it's up to Chiano now with the Wazari against him to make something happen. There's a minute 48 left to go. Time has already gone off the clock since Wang Ki-chun came up with that score. And that hasn't galvanized him into action. Should really be looking to threaten Wang Ki-chun. Just a measure of how extremely difficult an opponent Wang is. Now, there's just a little over a minute left to go. During that period, when Wang Ki-chun scored that Wazari, and now we're into the last minute, Chiano hasn't come up with anything to threaten Wang Ki-chun. What did that lead of Wazari generate as far as some kind of action from Chiano? That's the problem for the Italian. He didn't react to the change in the circumstances. He just kept doing the same thing. Wang has drawn him into this battle of dominant grips. Who's got the dominant grip? That's the first time that we've seen any kind of movement from Chiano in the last minute and a half. Just in to look for the Osotogari, and then he jumped back out. And this has really just played into the hands of Wang Ki-chun. He's only had to deal with one attack in 2 minutes. Wang picks up a second penalty for avoiding to take a grip. You probably avoid to take another. Yeah. And that is that. Wang Ki-chun it is who makes his way into the second of the quarterfinals, having defeated Italy's Antonio Chiano. Nice score of Wazari. That was the difference between the two fighters. on mat number 1 at the moment. Round 3, Chokna Laszlo of Hungary faces Frank de Witt of the Netherlands. Neither of them have had the most blistering of starts this morning. Choki had a squeeze pie win against Chaparian of Armenia, and de Witt, he had a hard time against Farod Rahimov of Tajikistan. He only just snuck past him as well. Anyway, here they are in round 3. Choknai in the white judogi, de Witt in blue. Well, we're going to leave the battle between Choknai and de Witt on mat number 1, because coming on to mat number 2 is the first of the quarterfinals in the under 63 kilo category. It's the number 1 seed from Austria, Catherine Unterwürzacher. She faces Mariana Silva of Brazil. It'll be Unterwürzacher in the white judogi and Silva in blue. Unterwürzacher had a close call in her second round contest against Ivana Komlosiova of Slovakia. Just winning out in the last few seconds there, and she goes over. This time she's not going to get away from that, despite the fact that Marco Spitka may be asking for Wazari. That was pretty much under the nose of Cho Min Sun. I'll be surprised if they call this Wazari. That looked like Ippon to me. I don't know if we can see a replay of that. That was the last action on mat number 2 in Ippon. It looked pretty good to me. Don't worry about what they're talking about, Mariana. Just get on with it. I mean, is this Ippon to you or not? It's good enough for me. Come on. That's Ippon. No, zero problem with this. You look at this at speed, whack, over you go. You know? Busra Katapoglu of Turkey faces Hilda Drexler of Austria. It's Katapoglu in the white judogi, Drexler in blue. Drexler it is who's going to try and save the blushes of the Austrians. Unterwürzacker just having been thrown for Ippon. I know Marco Spitka was pulling what little is left of his hair out, but she got flattened. You know, the fact that she landed bang bang onto shoulder and then back. Silva did her, and he was just upset with that. He's still upset there. He's barking away here, and I'm joined this afternoon by Neil Adams. Good afternoon, Neil. I don't know if you saw that action.
I did. I was right by the mat when it happened, but he's very passionate, isn't he? Marco Spitka.
He gets into it. Look, if you watch that in slow motion, he has a point. But you know, there's no. I mean, I'll go back to this thing when you're in the dojo and you get whacked like that. You don't jump and say, "Oh, if that was in a competition, it'd only be Wazari." It's a nice one, mate, and you just get on with it.
Well, I think you could always argue your decisions. I mean, we have said, haven't we, that with impetus and anything that rolls. But I mean, it wasn't a roll.
No.
It ended with a thud. And I do agree that if it does roll, we've got to have some kind of distinction, haven't we?
Yeah.
But that's, I think, something. Like I say, she's just back from Unterwürzacker was just back from injury, so I think he's pretty passionate about it.
Well, she dodged a bullet in round 2 when Komlosiova, the Slovak, had, I think, 6 or 7 seconds to go. She was Wazari down, she launched one big attack and threw Komlosiova for Ippon. That's your one shot for the day. You don't get a second one. So when she got thrown there, you couldn't then look for more help. You'd had your one bit of good luck for the day, which was, escaping when you were Wazari down. But this one, that was a little bit too much. It's Katapoglu who picks up a penalty for passivities. 50-odd seconds left to go. A neat little effort there from Drexler just to keep things going. She's not going to pick up a score for that, but Drexler, she's the what do they call it? Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. I'll tell you what, she might find the wedding ring on her finger today. Look.
I wondered where that was going.
I've never used that before.
No.
It's the first.
It's interesting, Sheldon, isn't it, how this competition, a little bit slightly different interpretation. We've got a different group of referees, just a slight different interpretation of the rules, and certainly on edge play and transitional from tachiwaza into newaza, and being allowed to carry on just off the edge. And it's something that I noticed because last week in Georgia, of course, they were letting it carry on a lot more freely off the matted area, and it's an immediate mate here and much quicker to stand them up with this group of referees.
Yeah, I just thought that there was a greater degree of freedom for the players last week than there is. It's back to this kind of, slightly older style restrictive thing. Do something. Oh, I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you. No, just let them fight.
Well, I think that with this second group of referees, I think it's what has to filter down, certainly down into national level as well. Yeah. And I think that getting that interpretation worldwide is very important, because transition from standing down to ground, very, very important, and also being allowed to do progressive newaza, and teaching progressive newaza, of course, if you're a coach. So I think that's very, very important that it transitions right the way down the different levels of refereeing.
I've seen a couple of times today when I thought that they could have, just let it go a little bit. It would have made for a more interesting contest. It looks as though, well, to me, it didn't look as though anything was not going to happen. It looked as though something could happen if you just let it go for a bit.
Well, of course, the fighters soon click onto it as well, of course, so they play a totally different game. If they know that it's going to carry on outside, then they play it a little bit differently. So it is interesting. They soon click on and they soon adapt.
We've got a quarter-final beginning now on mat number 2. Marie-Yves Gailly of France faces Gulzan Matinyazova of Uzbekistan. And she was the one who was the aggressor there, but got caught. And it's now Marie-Yves Gailly who's already seen off the number 1 seed, I think, Sally Conway.
She did do in the previous round, and it was a hard-fought match. But in the end, Gahi as well, she's having a really good tournament, and looks like she's going to go through into the semi-final.
Yeah, one slip by Matinyazova, and she virtually fell into that Kezigatama, and it was nice and strong as well. So the Uzbek will have to fight her way through, first of all, the repechage contest, and then the bronze medal match if she's going to find herself on the podium. But Gahi is already in the first of the semi-finals.
Yeah, the French have got quite a strong team here, haven't they?
They're doing well. Possibly down in the lower half.
It's a strong team, and it's interesting that the ones that they've put forward to get very, very important world ranking points and trying to get the world rankings up. And we can see that with a lot of the fighters here, the ones that are under pressure to get the points to qualify for the Olympic Games, and then you've got the ones that are trying to get into the top 8. So you've got two different sections there, and two different kind of mentalities towards it, you know. And of course, then on the other side of that, you've got the great Teddy Riner in it tomorrow for the match. Really, he's in it just to get matches. And he's the clear world number 1 and favourite for the Olympic Games. But there's nothing absolutely certain at the Olympic Games, as you know.
We look forward to seeing him tomorrow. You almost want to say he's here for a run out. You know, he's just having a run out.
Well, I was trying not to say it like that and to be too blasé about it, but it is kind of like that. I guess when you're head and shoulders above everybody in your category, and it doesn't happen very often at world level.
Well, it's a really good point, Neil, because what we could look at is who, from the 14 weight categories, which are the world number 1 have we got? And if you were going to ask for a world number 1 to have, who would you want? Well, we've got him. Here he is. You'd want Teddy Riner. So here he is. And then all the others are off, like you say. You've got these two groups. The ones who are just, say, like 11, 12, 13, got a chance of winning here and going up in the top 8. And the ones who are 25, 26, 27 and need to get that qualification. So those are those two groups. The others are, taking a bit of a break.
Well, you've got two different strategies, haven't you? If you were a heavyweight and you had a chance to get into the top 8, do you go in at 7 or try to get in at number 2 to get away from Riner? and they are the two strategies in there, but you can't guarantee that they're not going to bump you up to number 6 and then
you're somewhere else.
And then you're foiled, aren't you?
The best laid plans of mice
exactly.
and men. Anyway, on mat number 2 in the quarterfinal, Elvis Rodriguez of Venezuela faces Lola Mansour of Belgium. It's Rodriguez in the white judogi, Mansour in blue. There's no score yet. Mansour's picked up a single shido, and there's 2.5 minutes left to go. Do you remember Mansour from your time in Belgium?
I do, but on the French side, of course, and Mansour has really developed through. And interesting, just an observation, a lot of the fighters going off the sleeves. There's a lot of techniques off the sleeves now because of the new regulation sleeves, and a lot of Sorosoro Komigoshis, a lot of Yoko Satemiwas are off the sleeves, and but the thing is that they've got to be absolutely positive with the grips that they take. And I think that just another observation from last week, we saw the Chinese heavyweight Ma Sisi, I think it was, and Ma Sisi expecting the dominant grips to be enough in order to get penalties for the opposition, but it's not enough. When they get the dominant grip, whether it's the sleeve grip or whether it's sleeve lapel, they have to attack off it, and that's the important thing. It's all about positivity and attacking off the grip.
I wish you'd been here a little bit earlier on to see Kim Jae-bum, and we were talking about Teddy coming for a run out, and I really feel almost embarrassed to say that he has deliberately been staying on the mat. He hasn't thrown anyone. All he wants, in my opinion, is to come here and be on the mat for as long as possible. And the reason I say that is his last contest. He was on the mat against Osuma Hajam, he of Qatar, for the full 5 minutes. He never looked.
Well,
for
he had a
minute
smile on his face as well. I
the
don't
whole
know if you
time.
noticed that. He had a smile on his face, and maybe that is the strategy. When you get to somebody like him, because he is a warrior, and he is somebody that can really dig in. He's the current Olympic champion. He's going, to defend his Olympic championship. But the other interesting thing is that they put Wang in there, and Wang's going to meet him in the semi-final. So they're still putting Wang out. Of course, double world champion at the weight category below. He's up at the higher weight category, and he does have a lot of success there. So they must. I mean, that'll be an interesting match if that semi-final.
And the really funny thing is that at the moment, Wang is 10 places ahead of him, having been out there more and more and more, and knocking off these various competitions. He heads him by 10 places. Well, now, whether that's going to be a problem for the South Koreans or not, I don't know. It could be that as long as they're both in qualified places, then it'll be up to the
Koreans to make the
decide who they want to go. But it's that, is it possible that somebody... I just can't see Hajam detaining Kim Jae-bum for any longer than 45 seconds, with the greatest of respect to Osuma Hajam, and here he is with 5 minutes, and it really looked as though he wanted to work a few things out. He was perfectly happy, his defence is superb.
It's ring rusty, isn't it? And I think you see that a lot, don't you, with the boxers, and they need to get ring time under their belt, and that's exactly, I think, the same situation for him.
He just wanted some time in the middle. Rodriguez, whilst we've been chatting, has kept a clean sheet. Manso has picked up 2 penalties, and the 19-year-old Venezuelan Elvisma Rodriguez finds herself in the semi-final of a Grand Prix event after, is it 3 or 4 months of training at the IHF training centre in Budapest.
Amazing, isn't it? Great story. It is. Proves success, but I mean, it's, a lot of it is about preparation. I think looking at a lot of these athletes, of the older ones are tired. They've been out a lot. They've been meeting each other a lot, and there's a lot of head-to-heads here with some of the top people in the world. So I think you've got those that are not able to prepare in between, and sometimes I wonder when I look at how tired they are coming up to almost the final preparation for the Olympic Games, and I look at them and think, is it just because they're tired, or is it because they're not able to get the amount of mat time that is required? You're saying about Kim Jae-bum, and he's using this almost for sure as a training run.
Yeah, he's just there training, and he can't afford to come here, knock off the 2 fairly simple opponents that he's had as far as the draw is concerned in 10 or 15 seconds, because he'll have wasted his time. He needs that time in the middle. And I think he's grateful for the fact that he's had 10 minutes plus on the map. We've got the first of the quarterfinals in the under 73 kilo category. The number 1 seed and world number 9, Sanjagal Niamocha of Mongolia, faces Kim Chol-kwang of North Korea. Sanjagal in the white judogi, and here is the backup. This is Hong's backup, is Kim Chol-kwang, the North Korean. I was going to
say, wow. And have we seen him before? I mean, have we seen
Kim? We
have, but I mean,
beautiful, lovely koji gag. He just trapped Sanjagal's foot there, and he couldn't get off it.
Talking about preparation, here's your prime example of preparation here. The North Koreans, we don't see them out that much. We haven't seen them at all of the qualifying events like we've seen a lot of the different countries. But here is Kim. They're doing extremely well against the best people in the world. Absolutely amazing. He gets a Yuko for that. It's changed to a Yuko, but he's got great change of direction. And, we were wondering, weren't we, at different stages where they can prepare these North Koreans. And, of course, they have such an amazing squad system within their own country.
Yeah.
Don't get out that often, but their preparation must be absolutely terrific.
Well, he's had a couple of good wins today. He had a warm-up, really, with Miranda. Augusta Miranda from Puerto Rico. I don't mean to be disparaging, but he never really troubled him. It was just a matter of time, and he's gone Ippon, in the 3 fights that he's had. That one just got downgraded, but I tell you, Sanjagol was breathing heavily there. He almost went over again then, and he almost turned him there. That was a big effort from Sanjagol. It looked as though he was going to come up with that big pickup, and he still had, that physical awareness to turn him and almost bring Sanjagol down.
It always makes me smile, the face on Sanjagol, and he's
classic
so
Mongolian,
physically strong, and sometimes it's how dare you, But he's got his work cut out here, and I think he realises it as well. He feels the danger. It's one of the expressions that I use a lot, but unless you're out there and you feel the kumakata and the gripping strategies of your opponent, and then you feel that you're just going to go over every step of the way, so he can feel the danger here.
Ooh, big effort.
Great change of direction, wasn't it? Uranagi as well.
Yeah.
And we've seen him changing directions. He's got Taitoshi, Seatoshi that he does to the front. He's got the Kouchi, Ouchi that he does, and now we've just seen him with the counter attacks as well with the Uranagi.
Yeah, which normally is you take that and put that in the style of a different person altogether. He's got him there. That was beautiful. And Sanjagol came up with a strong attack there. That looked dangerous. But as Neil was saying, his ability to sense that and turn it is terrific. And the former world champion up on her feet there, Sol Kyung, clapping along. She liked that.
Yeah, he threatened that, didn't he? He threatened it, and it looked... It's not a technique that he just does occasionally, and obviously Sanjagol really paid the price there. Had to go in 100% every time.
He went brave, did Sanjagol, but he, as Neil said, he paid the price. My only concern about Kim and Hong is their fitness levels. They burn quickly. It's like those sort of candles that burn brightly but very, very quickly. Well, they're a little bit like that. And if they get taken further and further into the contest, they begin to unravel, don't they? The judo begins to look a little bit ragged, and they haven't got the power anymore to fight off, a strong threat from some of the physically stronger Europeans. And
it's quite interesting that you see quite often through the contest how the preparation has been, and whether they've been doing 4-minute blasts or 5 minutes or 7-minute blasts. Obviously you've got to cater for the golden score or possibility of as well.
I like Kim, to be honest, better than Hong. He's not as flashy, because you've seen Hong come out a few times. He's got that sort of boxing thing, which is so not North Korean. It's completely, out of the realms of all probability that they would produce a flashy player. But this one is just,
I know, very precise. He's just taken out a really, really good Mongolian as well.
This boy's 4 for 4. He's had 4 fights, 4 Ippons.
It doesn't get much better than that, does it? Azwadis against Shani of France in this other quarter-final.
We've got Stevens and Pacek down on mat number 1 in the under 81 kilo category, and Maria Perez, who's a real revelation, the Puerto Rican. She's up against Roxanne Taymans of Belgium down on mat number 3. We've got the Kamishoga Tami here from Guillaume Chain of France. That looks nice and tight. Azoidi's just rolled over there, and you give a Frenchman a chance in Neoaza, and you're going to pay.
I've seen him a couple of times now, Shelley, and he's going from up the rankings as far as I'm concerned, and he just plugs away. Yeah.
Well, they needed someone to fill that gap from who was it in the under 73 kilo category. Took the bronze medal in
World Championships.
In London for them.
Took silver.
The French boy in the under 73 kilo category in London got bronze. I can't remember who it was now. His name escapes me. He's just retired. He stopped early. I mean, really early. He's a bit of a surfing dude. he is.
Right,
he is. I'll remember in a sec. I just can't remember it. It just escapes me. What have we got coming up now? Oh, repechage time. Well, we're not going to do that because there is a quarter-final taking place on mat number 3. So let's go down and have a look and see what's happening with Maria Perez of Puerto Rico. She's up against Roxanne Taymans of Belgium. We've had the first minute. There's no score. It's Perez in the white judogi Taymans in
Of course,
blue.
I did a lot of work with Roxanne when I was there. She was part of my team. And
Hugo
on the
Legrand.
Flemish side.
Hugo Legrand.
Legrand,
Sorry,
of course.
yeah,
And Legrand,
sorry.
of course, was the world silver medalist. He was the
That was
world
it,
silver
yeah.
medalist against Ono.
Yeah.
You know, Ono threw him with that Haligoshi.
I'm so glad you said that. There's a massive argument about what that was.
Oh, no, it was definitely Hani.
That was close. Single Shido picked up by Perez. That's not going to trouble her too much. There's plenty of time on the clock, and she's an aggressive fighter. So there's every chance that we'll see something positive on the board from Perez. She can get distracted, Perez can, from things that are going on and around, especially with decisions or calls going one way. Focus on the opponent in front of you. You know, do your judo, stick with that. And
I think from a tactical point of view, if you go one step behind, it's a little bit like an ashiwaza. And if you're 1/2 a step behind with an ashiwaza, then it thuds. It doesn't work properly. But if you're moving at the same time, and what happens now, especially with the Shidos, that if you fall one step behind with the attacking rate, then you get the first Shido, and then it's accumulative, of course. And I think that now she's stepped up, and she's going to get a score for that. Yuko scored there for Perez, and Taymans at the beginning of the contest was out attacking her, but she's changed her pace completely and stepped it up. Nice dropping Seanagi there for Perez.
Yeah, Perez has kind of burst onto the scene. And the other thing is that they haven't had the Continental Championships yet. And for a lot of these fighters who are around about the qualification process and that sort of thing, their Continental Championships are where they're going to score really big points. So for Perez in Pan America, in that weight category, 70 kilos, you know, it's not a cakewalk. You know, you've got Cuba in there, you've got the Venezuelan who we've just seen. She's a useful young fighter, a Canadian in there. We haven't got anyone from the US to really threaten.
No, it's interesting that, isn't it? I was talking to the Australians about it, and of course they rely heavily on their continental championships, because of course it's same points.
Yeah.
Slightly different when you're in Europe having to gain places, you know, in the categories, because of course it's more hotly contested, but of course it's same points, and like you said as well, massive points.
Yeah, that's going to make all the difference for qualification.
Yeah, no,
but it's nice for let's say you're an Asian fighter and you're on the brink of qualification, and then you don't have to fight France, Russia, Germany, so you do get that little bit of a breathing space in exactly the same way that some of the Europeans do when they don't have to face a Mongolian, Chinese, Japanese, Korean. So it works out in the end, doesn't it?
Exactly, it does.
Perez, a single Yuko, the lead, as she got put through the advertising hoardings there by Taymans. all in good spirit. You know?
A little bit of a shock to the system, I think. 36 seconds left.
There's no real harm done apart from the advertising hoardings which they've had to replace. That one got crumpled. Patrick and Stevens down on mat number 1. Patrick has picked up the single Yuko, and time running out there, so he's going to squeeze past the American. Stevens will be out.
Well, I think it's been very difficult, hasn't it, for Travis Stevens, and he's been trying to find his form. I think a lot of the travel has been really hard for him, but I think also, up to 2 years ago, where he was one of the top in the world, and it became more and more difficult, obviously, coming up to the Olympic Games.
Maria Perez of Puerto Rico makes her way into the semi-final, overcoming Roxanne Taymans. Single Yuko was enough to edge past her Belgian opponent. There's the result. Let's see where we're going to go now. Well, we're going to go back down to mat number 1. because now that Stevens and Pacek has finished off, that was at the bottom end of the draw as well. Stevens and Pacek, that was the last of the third round contest. We're going to see the first of the quarterfinals in the under 81 kilo category. It'll be Georgi Papanashvili of Georgia to face Kim Jae-bum of South Korea. Papanashvili in the white, judogi Kim in blue, and we'll see whether or not my psycho babble this morning about whether Kim was having a run out or not.
Well, I think he'll take this a bit more seriously here. I think Papanashvili here is on a bit of a mission, so it should be interesting.
This could be the greatest possible training and preparation for the South Korean, because once you get past those first contests, because the draw could have put him anywhere, luckily it didn't. He didn't have anything that really troubled him. Kamarik gave him a bit of a go, and then, as I said, Hajam, from Qatar. Okay, you just need to be out there. Take your time. Okay, I've got 5 minutes with him. I'll have that then. I don't want 20 seconds. I need 5 minutes, and I really feel as though he did that. Now, with his third contest of the day, we'll find out exactly how it is that he intends to deal with Papanashvili.
Well, look at the different styles here, Sheldon. It's amazing. The very upright style of Kim and Papanashvili, very, very one-sided. Big right arm swings over to go over the back, and a lot of the style, the Georgian style, derives from the wrestling styles. Of course, they find a lot of these fighters up in the mountains. In the wrestling pits, it's true.
It's Vidauri.
Absolutely, it's amazing. True. How many, and you can see it because, of course, the jackets don't have sleeves up. With the Georgian style wrestling, that's why they go over the back, around the back.
Yeah.
But very, very different styles, these two. And Papanashvili looks just that little bit afraid for the drop Seoinage and defending like mad.
Both fighters pick up penalties for that negative gripping, and in between that we had an email from Martin Poiger. Thanks very much to tell us that it was Hugo Legrand. Thanks very much. Catch up, Martin.
Thanks for that. We got there in the end, Martin.
We're going to nickname Martin Poiger Bullet now. The speed with which he responded to that. Thanks a lot. But it's nice. It's nice to hear from him. We will see him in Kazan for the European Championships. And we also had a big hello from David McFall. He's out there in Fukuoka at the Japan Selects. Big day tomorrow, he tells us, between Asami and Kondo. Asami and Kondo can't have a big day. Look at the size of them. Those little ones have a big day. But we know what you mean.
That will be interesting. I'd be interested to ask David, who is the favoured out of the two now for Asami for the Olympic selection, or does it just rest on the result?
You never know with Japan, do you? They come up with some newfangled way of, the qualification process. There's like a Spitka in the background waving his finger again at another result that he's unhappy with. Drexler has lost her semi-final to Mariana Silva. That's a shocker, isn't it? Mariana Silva's having a day of her life here, making her way into the final. I wouldn't have put any money on that. Good for her, anyway. If she's going to make it good at some time, right now is a good time to do it. Nice effort, wasn't it? Got in there quick.
Well, is that going to be a Yuko? I'm not so sure, but that's what Papanashvili is really nervous about there. That's why he's almost turning his back to Kim Jae-bum. He's going to hold him down here, Kim. Not renowned for the Newaza, the Georgians, although Liptiliani and a couple of the others have one or two really good
turnovers,
well-practiced turnovers.
Okrashvili's got one.
They call it the up and under in the north of England.
We just talked through that, but Neil was right. For me, that was not Yuko. He turned off that. It was a good effort from Kim, but Papanashvili turned off that, and after a review, they've had to cancel it.
Well, we've seen him do that a lot, haven't we, Kim? Very, very... he's got a nice way about him. He just goes out there. There's nothing personal about it. Just, they're fighting, and he's a very good sport. But the Olympic champion, just a little bit out of sorts, I think. It's difficult for him just to find the timing. I think sometimes when your timing is just that little bit out and your technique's just not quite connecting, of course that's why he's here, and that's exactly the reason that he's using this as a training run.
To get sharp, yeah.
Well, how close was he there to touching the legs, Kim Jae-bum?
Speaking of legs, Alice Schlesinger was given Hansokamake for touching the leg, and Shelley sent us an email saying that they didn't see any contact with the leg, but we were watching another contest, so I'm going to have to look at that when I get a chance, Shelley, and I'll get back to you.
Well, I think the big thing there is intent, isn't it? Whether there was intent to touch the leg, and I think that was a big question that came from the heavyweight final in Georgia last week, when the Israeli touched the leg as he was going over, or didn't he? But in the end, he was adjudged not to have touched the leg and got given the score.
Or Sasson.
Yeah. Or Sasson it was, yes.
I'm happy for Sasson. Really, I mean, he was toying with cutting weight for 100 for such a long time, and then when he made the decision, I mean, he's been a better person for it. You can see it in his face. His skin looks good. He looks healthy.
Well, certainly now as well, he's starting to grow into the category. He goes out there.
Took some time for a
thinking
heavyweight.
that he's going to win, which is good.
Nicely balanced here, Papanashvili and Kim Jae-bum, as has every contest that Kim has fought in today. It's been at this kind of stage.
Well, this is where he becomes a warrior, Kim Jae-bum. I've seen this happen. I've seen him go into golden score, and he loves golden score. He absolutely does. He digs in, and he'll keep going, and I think it'll go a couple of minutes into golden score, and I think that it'll be Papanashvili that will make the mistake.
It'll wilt, yeah. Yeah, suspicion of the arm there, wasn't there? As Papanashvili held on to it going down.
Didn't he?
Yeah. It was an untidy effort from the Georgian, and he ended up hanging on to Kim Jae-bum's arm as they went down.
Well, I think it's the same with the reverse Seoinage, isn't it, that the Koreans do. They can't say much because the reverse Seoinage always puts pressure on the arm.
I wonder if we can have a look at that last action, because this may end up being, what decides the contest. Kim's making a meal of it, though. When he first went down, he didn't look that bad, and he thought, hang on a minute.
But that's what I'm saying. Every one of them does the reverse Seoinage. I can't see why they're giving it the big one here.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah. Ooh. It's just a suspicion that he attempts to throw him there with that arm, doesn't he? If you stop it there, this is wacky gatami, isn't it?
Yeah, well, you can't throw with an arm lock on, and that's a fact. So, just on the replay, it did look kind of dangerous to me. It looked as if it was against the elbow joint, So
untidy. He had the arm, and he was attempting to throw him. I don't think he meant to do it. It was just untidy, and he picked up a Hansokimake for his trouble. We will, however, see Papanashvili again. He'll be in the repechage contest. But coming up now, it's Wang Ki-chun, who faces a difficult contest against the Dutchman Frank de Witt. It's Wang in the white judogi, de Witt in blue. Neil.
Well, de Witt has really come through, hasn't he? Junior world champion, junior European champion. And they're putting him forward here. He's in almost every match at the moment. They're trying to get him to the Olympic Games. I'm sure that they're aiming for 2020 for de Witt, but the importance of going to an Olympic Games for the Olympic experience of walking out there and going through the process is very, very important. So they're doing everything they can, the Dutch, to get de Witt to the Olympic Games. And of course, On the other side of that, Wang here fighting for his life to try and get to the Olympic Games. Double world champion at under 73 kilograms, now up to 81 kilograms, and fighting for the place against the current Olympic champion.
He's had a couple of stabs at the Olympic Games. He lost out in the final to the Azeri in the under 73 kilo category in Beijing, and then he kind of blew out in London. So we're going to hear from Martin Poiger again now when he tells us who it was that he lost to in the final in Beijing. I'll try and remember before he does. He's president of the is he
first Olympic champion ever from Azerbaijan.
Is he president or vice president of their judo federation now? We see him every time we go there. Elna Mamadli. Yeah, I beat you to it, Martin, this time. Save your email.
Well, it's easy, isn't it? So, how to go, but the thing is that, like I say, that it's not always the favourites, and I should know, that come off best in the Olympic Games, and it's just one of those things. It's a strange event, it really is. Same people, different event. Well, all the cheers are for Vanlioglu, just getting a score there. Quarter final of the under 73 kilograms. Well, it will be interesting to see if Wang gets through to the semi-final and is fighting Kim Jae-bum.
Yeah, how that one pans out.
Well, it will be. It'll be interesting to see how they fight each other. I mean, obviously train together to a degree, but it'll be interesting to see how the contest, because a lot of the time when we see two from the same country fighting it out, it's either tactical or they're not exactly fighting at the pace that we would like.
Yeah, yesterday's final in the under 60 kilo category was a little bit like that. Kaba and Oslu, they just nullified each other, and when we interviewed Oslu in the back, the first thing he said was, "I'm really sorry about the final. I know him so well, and yeah, I couldn't throw him. He couldn't throw me." Kaba ended up picking up 4 penalties, and he was really sorry that he couldn't give the crowd a better performance.
Well, that was good for him to say that, because it is a realisation. Like I say, a lot of the time they fight together a lot. They're training together. They're in the same weight category.
Yeah, Jack Willingham asked him one question, and he didn't. He just went straight from sorry about the final for the crowd, he said, because you wanted to have something good for the crowd and couldn't come up with it.
Well, it's very tight here. Wang against DeWitt. DeWitt, like I say, got a lot of spirit, DeWitt. Fights very, very hard. First penalty goes up there to him. So now he's going to have to work hard, try and pull that back. Starting to climb on top now, Wang. Wang almost just needs to push that little bit, and the offside commi will be called. Now DeWitt looks up. Offside commi called. Grabs the leg, so it's Mate. Comes out though this time, and it's all over. So Wang will be having that match against his fellow countryman Kim Jae-bum in that semi-final. Korea guaranteed a finalist. Could it be 2 of them on the rostrum? I think it just might be.
Yeah, they look set for both of them being up there. It's just the background play that we don't know about. I mean, have they decided that it's going to be Kim and Wang is just a backup, or is it a free for all and whomsoever wins, takes the spoils?
Yeah, it is an interesting one, isn't it? We were just discussing there, weren't we, with the under 48 kilo problem in Japan. They've got Asami, of course, and then they've got Fukumi. And both of them world champions, and both of them have a chance at the Olympic gold medal, but which one will they send in the end? You know, they've been sending them out there, and they will have one hell of a reserve in there, just in case the other one gets injured.
David McFall reckons it's Kondo.
Right.
And he should know. He's close to where everything's happening, and I think he's probably right. There's a degree of, you know, Asami having missed out last time when Fukumi went, so maybe you give it a go. I don't think the Japanese think like that. You know? There's no sentiment involved.
Well, no, I mean, how often have we seen it? And it's happened often when I've fought certain people, certain Japanese in world championships, and then they have lost in the Japanese trials for the Olympic Games. Four-time world champion Fuji, Shozo Fuji. And don't forget that the World Championships was every other year then. Four-time a world champion, never qualified for the Olympic Games. That's how tragic is that?
Someone didn't like him, did they?
Wow. No, he lost in the Olympic trials every time to the Japanese. He fought fantastic. He never lost to a foreigner. And always, if he lost, it was to Japanese.
Eve-Marie Gahi, by the way, has just won her semi-final against Elvismar Rodriguez of Venezuela in the under 70 kilo category. So it'll be Gahi in the final, and we'll see Elvismar battling it out for the bronze medal.
Well, we got an interesting one here that Toma, of course, from United Arab Emirates, and he is one for me, one of the most consistent. He just plugs away. He upsets the apple cart almost every tournament that he does. And here he is against Bottio. And Bottio, I have to say as well, having the form of his life, and he just won in Dusseldorf for the second year on the trot. And really strong fields in the under 81 kilograms. It's so so well contested. But Bottio and Toma, two people on good form.
This has been a much better day than yesterday, and I think we were slightly conned because day one in Tbilisi was so good, and the lightweights looked really good. Everybody enjoyed themselves, and we kind of fancied that tension would carry over to day one. This one, it was rather flat yesterday. I think the thing that flattened it out yesterday, oddly enough, were the Turkish fighters, because you had a head-to-head between the Turkish. If you'd had a Turk losing the semi-final and fighting for the bronze medal and one for the final, you know, you'd have had 100% crowd concentration. And then, of course, when the under 48 kilo category girl lost,
it fell a bit flat.
Yeah, it went flat.
It did.
Dilara Lokmanahim, she lost out to the Kazakh, or the Mongolian turned Kazakh.
Toma just got thrown there by Bottio. Bottio caught him to the back, and it was a Wazari scored. So it's going to be Toma coming forwards now. Left-handed fighter Toma, but he can pull this back.
Ciano disappointed me earlier on. Ciano went a Wazari down, and he didn't change. It was against Wang, and he didn't change for 2 minutes his tactics. It just didn't change. It was Wazari down, and he picked up two Shidos, both for passivity, during that two-minute period. Okay, I know Wang is a busy fighter, and he can, you know, come up with all kinds of tactics and everything, but you've got to find a way to stay in the contest if you're Wazari down. He kind of drifted, unfortunately for him, and he went out.
Well, I think a lot goes down to tactics at this stage of the game. You know, coming up to the Olympic Games, and everybody trying to qualify, and it is very much now tactics are how to play the different matches. You know, and people are in the matches for different reasons, and that's another thing as well. So they're playing it for slightly different reasons, and also interesting to see how many are coming through or training through events. Because you can't train or peak for each one of the events. Sometimes you've got to train completely through it, and that's why a lot of them, of course, are tired. They're peaking for just maybe Europeans, continental championships, and also, of course, the major one will be the Olympic Games and everybody will be trying to peak for that particular one. But of course, you've got to get there first.
Pinot of France has won her contest against Mia Hermansen down on mat number 1. And mat number 3, I think that was in Neerwaza as well. Margot Pinot into the final of the under 63 kilo category. She's going to face Mariana Silva of Brazil. An unlikely matchup, to be honest, but there you go. That's what's going to be on offer.
Well, Thomas is really struggling here. Bottio controlling. He's one step ahead. We talked about it earlier, and he is one step ahead here and attacking. And Thomas needs to drive forwards. He's going to have to be careful when he drives forwards because Bottio can drop underneath him. Good tactical play here from the Belgian. 41 seconds left. Wazari ahead.
The repechage contest for women under 7 kilo category. In white orbit is the Republic of China. Judo Grand-Prix.
Half a minute left. Wazari the lead. Meanwhile, down on mat number 3, Zhou Chao of China and Roxanne Taymans are involved in the under 70 kilo category repechage contest. There's another repechage contest taking place on mat number 2. Sanjagol Niamocha of Mongolia is up against Georgios Azawidis of Greece. It's the Greek fighter leading by Wazari with a minute and a bit left to go. Bottio looking good here, Neil.
Well, he is, and tactically, we're talking about tactics, and he really is tactically astute because he does enough. He's got a couple of Shidos there, which he could kind of do. 1 second and it's all over. So he is through to the semi-final, and there's a big possibility here that he could get through to his second final in just 3 tournaments, which would be a great result for Bottio.
A good result for him. Thomas falling at that hurdle, but we'll see him in the repechage contest. Right, what we've got coming up next then on mat number 1. Ivelo Ivanov of Bulgaria faces Robin Pacek of Sweden. It's Ivanov in the white judogi, Pacek in blue, and there's not a lot of turnaround time for Thomas. If these two finish quickly, Thomas may not be back round because we can still see him walking out of the venue there.
Well, that's the name of the game, unfortunately. As you have a longer wait from first to second fight because you've got several categories that have got to go first round and second round matches, and then by the time you get up to your quarterfinal, semi-final, or repechage, in that case, it's 2 contests at the most. I think that you have to have 2 contests, so it's got to be 10 minutes. But that's what you train for.
Let's hope Thomas gets it. He'll need it after that.
Well, he will. He's going to need it because he looked tired to me.
Yeah.
Well, Pacek, of course, the brother of, has just gone a Yuko down there to Ivanov. Ivanov just really growing in stature in this category. He's out everywhere, isn't he? But working his way up the world rankings. And I think, do you think a medal hope at the Olympic Games outside?
I think the timing isn't 100% right for him. That climb isn't going to be steep enough. How many months are we away? I mean, he's a real handful, but I think in that weight category, there are going to be a few people that are going to outshine
just ahead
him.
of him.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of it is to do with timing. Olympic Games, of course, every 4 years, and you either hit it just absolutely smack on, And then, of course, 4 years down the road, you've seen the Olympic champions that are struggling with form, trying, and they know they're going to be trying to defend their Olympic title. And, of course, the second time round is so much more difficult because people are firing at you. And you're not the golden one anymore, But, Iliadis, of course, we've seen how difficult it's been for him. I think it's his 4th Olympic Games. And struggling really to stay in there, and stay in there with a shout. So it changes. And, of course, with Ivanov, you've just said there, not quite the right time for him, development-wise. He's not quite there. But I think certainly he is a contender. I think a real outsider, but I think it'll be a few just ahead of him.
Zhou Chao has won her contest down on mat number 3 in the repechage under 70 kilo category. She defeated Roxanne Taymans. Right, let's go to mat number 2. The contest on mat number 2 features Kim Chol-gwang of North Korea. He's up against Guillaume Chain of France. He leads by Wazari. There's it's just under 4 minutes to go. We'll go over there in a second.
Yeah, what a contest he's having, isn't he? The North Korean absolutely taking it by storm. That would be a difficult one. I'm not sure where his world ranking is. Any idea?
Yeah, he's a good deal further down than Hong. But Hong's injured.
Well, that's obviously why he's here, because Hong is injured, and you never know, do you? Good reserve. My goodness me, he's taking this field apart. Like you said, we're Ippon every match. This one is a Wasari ahead against Shane.
And he just got there as well. Finished as well. Wasari Awazeti Ippon. He's got the full house, mate.
So Ippon every match.
Yeah, we're not going to go there. We don't need to go there. Too late. That was all taking place on the adjoining mat. We'll have to stick with Ivanov and Pacek, because that's the end of the contest on mat number 2. That's not the first time that we've seen that on the scoreboard. Kim, he looks the part. And for the North Koreans, the prospect of having 2 people qualified in that weight, with one of them suffering an injury, is like Christmas for them. They don't lose out, because they're thinking of having Kim. No, they're thinking of Hong at the Masters. He won't be ready for the Asian Championships, so he will need the Masters. But with the backup, they've got options.
Well, such is the system when you've got 2 or 3 people in each of the categories, and you've got that amount of depth.
Yeah.
How wonderful is that? Seen quite a few, though, haven't we? Putting 2 out in categories, putting them head to heads. So Ivanov just holding off against Pacek. 1 minute 38. Nice Ouchi there from Pacek. He's good form today, I have to say. Pacek, the winner over Livesey of Great Britain in the first round. Well, in fact, it was the second round. Both of them went through. Then Travis Stevens. Now he's up against Ivanov. So Ivanov looking to waste a little bit of time here. Is he going for the juji? He is, but is he onto the arm? Never onto the arm hard enough, and certainly not attacking the head as well. Last minute. Pacek needs a score. His brother, the winner last week, minus 100 kilograms.
Yeah, I've not been that complimentary about Martin at times, you know, and I said that to him in the interview. I said, sorry, mate, you know, but it doesn't always look that. He said, I know, but my principal concern is to win. Afterwards, I'll see what it looks like. There you go, honesty.
Yeah, it is. I mean, not the prettiest judo, is it, from either him or his brother, but they are tough fighters, and that's absolute.
Actually, oddly enough, I think the girls look a lot better. The Swedish girls.
Judo-wise, are we talking
absolutely,
judo?
You know, don't mention anything about looks here. It's just the judo is much more attractive, both from Hermansson, really, seriously, but from Hermansson and her teammate Bernholm. They both got nice upright judo. Of course, you know, they look good too, but the judo is a little bit more attractive.
7 seconds left then, and looks like Ivanov is just going to hold off. Ivanov through to the semi-final.
We're going to stay on mat number 1 because that's where we've got most of the judo left. Mind you, it's the repechage contest next between Georgi Papanashvili and Frank de Witt, whereas we've got... Now there's another repechage contest coming up. We'd like to see the semi-final between Damian Shvanovitsky of Poland and Hassan Vanlioglu of Turkey. That'll be up in a couple of fights' time. So as soon as we've had Nuno Saraiva of Portugal and Antonio Esposito of Italy, we'll go down and we'll watch that semi-final, because the roof will come off if Vanlioglu wins that one. Let's hope that the timing's right. Toma will have had his rest now, because that contest took quite a long time, and we've then got Papanashvili and de Witt to come, so there won't be any problems there. Yeah, that's the contest coming up now. Georgi Papanashvili and Frank de Witt. Where is the Georgian then?
Well, he'll have to get out fairly quickly. He's got a restricted amount of time.
They're Irakli Usnadze is taking a bit of a break. Okay, let's go to mat number 3 then. And the reason for that is there's a 5-minute break up on mat number 1. So we're going to see the contest between Nuno Saraiva of Portugal. He faces Antonio Esposito of Italy. It's Saraiva in the white judogi, Esposito in blue. Coach looks completely disinterested, doesn't he?
He does.
You know? Is that Biancchese? Oh no, it'll be Martin Poiger to tell us. Too late, it's Biancchese. We did have another email from Martin Poiger trying to catch up, but it was too late. We've got a question for Neil. We're going to give him a few minutes to think about it. Someone's asked about your favourites for the Dutch team. Do you have any particular favourites for the Dutch team? So we might have a look at that. But off the top of my head, no.
Well, you know, I think that in a lot of the categories, of course, it's very competitive, isn't it? They're trying to qualify quite a few of their former world medalists, minus 100, 73 kilograms, of course, and then Kim Polling, of course, has got to be one of the top favourites.
Marhinder Verkerk, and there's a nice head-to-head in the under 78 kilo category.
Exactly, you know,
Marhinder Verkerk and who's the other? Husha Steenhuis.
Well,
It's a good
and
battle.
you see, the thing is, I'd heard that they'd already made a selection there, but of course, I can't see that. If they're so close, that really it needs to go head to head right the way down to the wire.
You'd want to
I
give
would have
yourself
said.
as much possible time to see every possible eventuality, who they will match up against in the next, in the European Championships, whether they go to the Masters, so there's Baku to come.
Yeah, I think there is that, and I think the big question, and don't forget that the selection for an Olympic Games is different than selecting for a Worlds or a European Championships. The Olympic Games is a one-off. It's who you think is going to cope with it best, and so I would say that out of both of those two in the under 78 kilograms, who do they think is going to be better suited to win an Olympic medal? And of course, Kim Polling, we've seen the beautiful ippon there, beautiful stuff there from Sareva. Dropped Sianagi right the way underneath.
Esposito got done up there, didn't he?
Yeah, lovely stuff that. Right in front of the camera as well.
He's leading with a little over 2 minutes left to go. He looks shocked. Again, it's another one who's questioning the landing.
Was it an overthrow? And this is the point, isn't it? What is an overthrow? Super ippons, I was talking to Jan Snyders about this, and we were talking about super ippons. Super ippon doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
Super ippon is, when you put them through the rafters but they don't land on their back. And that's not ippon. Ippon is points of your back, the points of your shoulders hitting the ground with impetus and with force.
Because we're in competition, the only place that super ippon can exist is in the training hall, when you get them and say, I got absolutely smacked. But you're not bothered about where you landed because you've been caught. What we're trying to do here in competition is to measure whether you've been thrown within some certain rules. So super ippon can't come into it. I'm glad Jan said that.
Well, it's an argument I had with Mr. Yamashita, and there was Mr. Nishida was in there. There were quite a few of us in there that are arguing the point because I think it was Ebenuma had done this amazing Sorisora Komigoshi, and it was almost a full 100% rotation almost onto his front. And he said, well, that was, a super ippon, surely. And I said, no, it wasn't. I never saw Yamashita sensei ever doing any kind of uchimata where he didn't use his hands to control him fully onto his back. And that was my argument.
Well said.
Just in answer to my email there, and I think they have to, for me, Kim Polling yet hasn't produced at the big events, the World Championships, Olympic Games, and all of us, of course, are hoping that she does manage to do that, because she's been the world number one now for some time, and also, when she's on song and she's absolutely on form, she's unbeatable. But then just the odd time she has a glitch. And I think that I'm hoping for the Dutch, really, and I'm hoping for Kim Polling that she produces the form of her life at the right time.
I hope she doesn't have a glitch in round one.
Let's hope not.
For her sake, yeah. Oh, that was nice. Good effort from Van Leoglu.
Well, this is the match you wanted to see. Of course, the crowd up for this, Van Leoglu as well. Seems really pumped. Going off the sleeve for the Sorisora Komigoshi. And switches it as well, goes left and right. Small clash, I think. Yoko Satemi there. Lovely driving Yoko Otoshi there from Van Leoglu. Well, the crowd certainly pumped up for this.
A little bit of bite in here.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Oh, no,
Actually,
it's definitely buzzing.
I shouldn't mention bite, seeing as there was a suspected bite earlier
Is
on.
that right? I didn't see that one.
No,
Well-
there's no score there.
No score there, but somebody's going to go here. They're both,
Yeah.
both of them are opening up, and
Oh.
well, I'm not so sure. That was a little Ashiwazu, he says. That's
Yeah.
what he said. Little Kouchi. I don't think so. It was after time.
Do you notice that the players never look at the referee any longer?
No, it's true, isn't it? I mean, it's never the referee. It's always top table.
They know where the
Video
decision's
referee.
being made now.
Yeah, you're dead right. Well, is he going to get Honsokamaki for that? Vanioglu.
Give him a little tap at the end, and it's silly, you know.
Well, I hope they just let it carry on here. We're going to have a riot if it doesn't. So now we can have a look at what happened. Kosoto, well, was it?
Gives him a little tap there, doesn't he? And he gives him another one there on the way out.
Well, it was a little back heel, wasn't it?
Yeah, this is it. Whoop.
Kind of half fell together, didn't they?
Yeah.
I'm not so sure whether it was a score.
That was a little tap on the way out.
Well, they need to get it sorted.
Yeah, there we go. We're back underway. It's probably the best result. That's good though. That's nice. You know.
Yeah, a little bit of
Yeah.
animosity going on there between them. Shido goes to the pole. I'm saying the pole because I can't pronounce his name.
Damian Shvanovitsky.
Swanovisky.
That's a toughie.
Got it now.
And Martin Poiger says that he's not going to help us anymore if we keep laughing at him. he's not playing that game anymore. I mean, he's a good sport, isn't he?
Well, Swanovisky there saying something to the people at the side, and not so sure what. Yeah. I always hate it when they start refereeing the matches themselves,
Yeah.
but you're right, absolutely right. It's top table they look at. That's got to be a score, surely. That started in, but went out. That's it. For me, that was a score, and the referee hasn't given it, shaking his head. That'll go to video referee, surely.
He's behind the pace here, the referee, because he'd actually called Mate, but they can't hear him. There's just so much noise here.
Well, you see it sometimes, don't you? They lose the contest just that little bit. They lose.
Getting away from them.
Yeah.
Single Shido against Shvanovitsky. Vanlioglu at the moment. Shido less, so the advantage is with the Turkish fighter. Is a little stab at, well, he's probably thinking about Marote Seanagi, but he only got one knee forward. Tomasz Kowalski is up on his feet trying to gee his man up. Hussein Özkan remaining in the chair.
Well, I still think we're going to see a big score here.
And there's plenty of time.
Yeah, there is. There's plenty of time, and they're both going for it.
I mean, mind you, going for it up on mat number one is Kim and Wang. Kim Jae-bum and Wang Ki-chun. Oh!
Great stuff. Koji there, Kosoto. So Svanovisky looking for the pick up there, and he's got to make sure that Vanioglu got it in the end. Vanioglu has got to make sure that he keeps hold with his hands, and that's why got a penalty there.
A little bit harsh. For me, that's a failed attack rather than a false attack, but hey, it's on the board now. Penalty apiece with a minute and a half left to go.
Well, they're trying to look busy, aren't they?
Do something.
Wow, massive surprise at the top end there with Kim and Wang. Wang going a wazari ahead against the Olympic champion. Second penalty then up for Swanowiski.
A little over a minute left to go. There's still enough time in here. Mind you, Van Leoglu is also a fighter who can drain quickly. And this is a bruising match. He can't get past that left leg for a chance at the Yoko Shiogatami. That's what he would have liked, but that was the slimmest of openings. And then Swanowiski just raised that knee and closed that. And he goes left-sided there. And Van Leoglu has to defend. There's a second penalty picked up by the Polish fighter Swanowiski. That will make the Turkish fans a little bit more happy.
Well, I think Van Leoglu, if he keeps dropping, then he'll get the other penalty as well, because the other boy's coming forward all the time. He really is just hanging on there. He really is. And he's got a minute to go here, and Swanowiski wants to stand up, get on with it. Van Leoglu, well, he's out on his feet. Watch this now, because the pole will put him under pressure here.
So he had no answer. He was in a better position.
Absolutely.
He just didn't have the power, and he got caught. Van Leoglu was in the better throwing position, and yet Swanowiski ended up coming up with the throw.
He was in defensive mode just too early. There was still a minute to go, and Swanowiski was coming forward all the time. Bad tactics there, and also the condition let him down.
Yeah. Well, 2 penalties picked up by Swanowiski. He's got 33 seconds left to go. If he wants to stay away from Van Leoglu, he can, but there's no real need. There isn't the power left from Van Leoglu to come and threaten Swanowiski, and he's actually inviting him to get to his feet so he can have another dig.
Yeah, I think he's going for the biggest score, and I'd do exactly that, just attack from the distance. He's got the arm, he got the submission, that was it.
And he tapped him out as well. He put that on well.
Didn't have anything left, did he? Van Leoglu there, taken out in the last minute.
It was a good contest. It was really nice. Look, it doesn't matter how tough it was, he's still there at the end, and it was a good, there was some bite in there, but
great sportsmanship from these two as well. Really.
Absolutely. Yeah.
He could be all over it, Swanowiski, but he's not. He's just
no need. Yeah,
helping him up.
Yeah.
Mind you, I don't think I'd let anybody help me up in a situation like that. Yeah.
Damian Swanowiski it is, who makes his way into the final of the under 73 kilo category. We're going to see Hassan Van Leoglu again, but it will be in the bronze medal match. Let's go down to mat number 1 now, because that's the last of the judo. We're watching Kim Jae-bum against Wang Ki-chun. It's Kim in the white judogi, Wang in blue. Wang has picked up the single score. It's Wazari. He's picked up 2 penalties, and I suppose Kim Jae-bum must be all over him, but with only 26 seconds left to go, it looks as though Wang has judged this well enough.
Look at the pressure. Kim Jae-bum putting him under loads of pressure. Certainly, Wang thinks that there's a place at the Olympic Games at stake here.
He always
no
believed
doubt.
that. And when he came up to 81, he got a spanking. It was embarrassing. I was thinking, oh my God, he's just an overweight 73 kilo player. Here he is on the brink of a final in a Grand Prix. I'm sorry, nobody gets in to a Grand Prix final in the qualification period unless there's something about you. There's nobody getting a free ride here. You might get lucky with one contest, but not 2, 3, 4 or 5. And look, as Neil said, he feels it.
He does. He it's in his mind. Nothing else is in his mind but qualification for the Olympic Games selection. And that was the current Olympic champion there that he's just beaten by a Wazari.
Two things would have been really playing on Wang's mind. I've got to get so far ahead of Kim Jae-bum in the qualification stakes that they've got to look at me seriously, and then if there's ever a head-to-head, I've got to do him. So I do him for the home crowd, and if I do him, who do I do? The Olympic champion. So I mean, look at the weight of stuff that's there
we
for
had
him.
It yesterday, didn't we? In the under 57 kilos final, and the two French fighting there. One ranked 7, the other one ranked 11, and a place at the Olympic Games.
Yeah, what she said is, I've got better results than she has. The I can beat her, for me, doesn't come into it only for this reason. I mean, I just mentioned it with Kim and Wang, but that was a personal thing. But it doesn't come into it because it's the only fighter that you're not going to fight at the Games.
Yes.
So you can't really count that one. But what you can do is not to say, I've beaten Pavia. No, I've beaten an Olympic bronze medalist. And what he's saying is, I've beaten the Olympic champion.
Yeah.
So it's not the personal bit; it's the status that Pavia carries, rather than I can beat Pavia. What she's saying is, I can beat an Olympic medalist, and if you want an Olympic medal, you should pick me.
Yeah, it was a big one, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Semi-final, Botio against Ivanov. Botio aiming for his second final. Probably one of the most tactically astute fighters, Botio. Really plays the game well. And you see a lot of fighters, they're looking for ippons and it's all about the judo, but the ones that can play the game as well, they're the ones, especially in a category like under 81 kilograms, where you're not going to throw everybody for ippon, but you have to play the game.
Lucky that North Korean isn't in that weight category, then he fancies he can throw anybody for ippon today.
I think
look.
he would today as well. A little bit like Graham Randall.
When it's your day.
Yeah, it was. He had the best day in the world. I wouldn't have liked to have fought him on that particular day, that's for sure.
And unlike Oslo, who ended up with 5 ippons yesterday, 3 of them which came from Aaron Kunihiro landing on his head and then giving ippon for a bridge, 4 Shidos for penalties, and then a direct hand sokumae for the leg, all that went on as positive scores for Oslo. So he ended up looking as though he'd had 5 ippons. Kim is different. He's thrown everybody for ippon today.
Yeah, and variation of techniques as well.
I'm looking forward to seeing that final. Kim and Damian Shvanovitsky. We've just seen Shvanovitsky, so we know what he's like. He's gutsy, he's skillful, he's got good tactics. He's not going to be overawed, and he certainly won't be overawed physically, because Van Leoglu is a much more physical fighter than Kim, the North Korean, is. What Kim is going to offer, though, is a much more highly technically gifted fighter for Damian Shvanovitsky to face. I think he's got terrific throwing skills.
Well, I think Shvanovitsky will really give it a good fight, and I think it will enable the North Korean to throw.
Yeah.
For me, he'll start favourite. But he'll certainly give it a fight.
The French are having a good day of it today. The French women, because Margot Pinot is in the under 63 kilo category. She defeated Mia Hermansen. She'll face Mariana Silva of Brazil. And then in the under 70 kilo category, it's Marie-Eve Gahi of France to face Fanny Estelle Pozovit in the under 70 kilo category. And what's really odd is you've got the 2 French in this final, where 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the top 20 were in the world. So it's not a bad effort. 5 from the world's top 20 were there. I like to get 5 from the world's top 10 if it's a Grand Slam. You know, half of the top 10 in the world are there. Well, 5 from the top 20 in the world for a Grand Prix is not bad. And these two French aren't even France's number 1.
Wow.
Because you've got Geoffrey Zeman.
For what reason have they sent these two out?
Well, they're both young, aren't they? Posvit and, as you were saying earlier on, Posvit and Gahi are young. Great preparation for, you know, next Junior World Championships or whatever it is, and definitely next Olympics, because we know for 100% Eman ain't going to be around for the next Olympics in 4 years' time. And let's say that something happens, because there's that old English saying, there's many a slip between cup and lip. You know, let's say something happens. What's your backup? You know, you've got your choices. Great backup.
Absolutely.
So, and of course, you know, the depth in France, especially in women's judos, is legendary. You know, there's plenty there. I think they're just a little bit shy in the 48 kilo category at the moment. Although yesterday's performance wasn't that bad. You know, we had Laetitia Payet managing to sneak a medal in the under 48 kilo category. She had to come back through the
she looked to me as if she was going to win it. I thought for sure she was going to get to the final, but this is a tough old match here. 1 penalty up to Joachim Bottio of Belgium. Ivanov just doing enough to hold off. One more penalty on the board against Ivanov would really just even things up.
It'd also slow down our lunch, Neil.
This is the last match.
This is the last one, yeah. 40 odd seconds left to go. Lunch awaits, but before that, Bottio is going to give it one more roll of the dice here. He's tiring quickly, the Bulgarian, isn't he?
He is. Like I said, the attacks now in this last minute. So many contests decided in the last minute, and it's really important that he doesn't flop and drop now. He needs to stand his ground. That last 30 seconds, so important. One more Shido at the wrong time, and Bottio coming forwards, it could just change the whole balance of it. We've seen it before. Ivanov doing a good job here now, just wasting the last 10-15 seconds of the contest. So it looks like Ivanov is going to go through. Ivanov in another final, under 81 kilograms.
Neil made a good point earlier on about whether or not the Bulgarian, you know, is going to give a good run at the Olympic Games. This, you know, this sort of performance here, where a fighter grows in a match. You can see him growing in a match. Is scary because it means that he's got the European Championships, the Masters, and I don't know if they're going to send him to Baku, but they will definitely do 2 more. And if in those 2 competitions he's got 8 more contests to come, how much more can he grow?
Well, yeah, it's all about consistency. 81 kilograms is all about consistency. Ivanov, for me, is a great prospect.
Right, let's have a quick look then at the final lineup. We'll just go through the matches in the final. Mariana Silva of Brazil will face Margot Pinot of France in the under 63 kilo category. In the under 70 kilo category, it'll be an all-French affair between Marie-Yves Gahi and Fanny Estelle Posvit. It's a bit of a mouthful, isn't it? And then in the under 73 kilo category, it'll be Kim Chol-kwang of North Korea to face Damian Shvano-Vitsky. And we've just seen Ivelo Ivanov of Bulgaria winning out there over Joachim Bottio. He'll face Wang Ki-chun of South Korea in the final. We're going to be back at 5 o'clock for the final. We'll be back clock, but from everyone in the broadcast studio here in Samsun in Turkey, bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye.